Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur? Or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Artist to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at.
You are in the right place at the right time. The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business,
strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million+ women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
La connexion. La connexion.
In a world obsessed with the cult of celebrity, I challenge you not to aspire to anyone else's greatness, but instead strive to reveal and ignite the greatness within you.
Are you serious?
I totally think that's it.
Hey. No! Hey! To me, sexy is a man that knows who he is and what he wants.
Okay.
He's comfortable. You look at him, you see him, he's just comfortable being himself. And you're like,
Baby, be you.
be you, baby.
Just be you. I like it. Introducing the Be You collection, exclusively available at K&G Fashion Superstore.
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools. We help them implement. I love to leave the inherited lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income, and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car.
Wow.
I nearly lost it all.
Wow.
When I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it. If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that? Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Rose.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janika Johnson, and I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, in this edition of the Fireside Chat, for this hour, we will be talking to Tamika Jones. Tamika Jones is a transformational life coach, author, speaker, U.S. Air Force veteran, as well as a registered nurse who leads with resilience, purpose, and power. As the founder of Flawless Life Coaching, she empowers women to break free from the self-doubt and step boldly into the life they deserve. With over 2 decades of global military services and leadership in healthcare, Tamika brings a unique blend of strength, compassion, strategy in everything that she does. And her mission is simple, yet very powerful: to help women reclaim confidence, embrace their flaws, and rise flawlessly. I present to you Tamika Jones.
Oh.
Hello, Tamika. How are you? Love the thing. It definitely helps you in. We love that. As I was getting ready, as I was preparing to introduce you, I'm sitting here and I'm like, this is definitely a jack of all trades, the true definition of anything is possible and she can do it all. So yes. I love that. So seeing that you were a veteran, you came out of the Air Force and your focus was like nursing. What kind of inspired you to step into this space of life coaching?
Ooh, good question. So thanks for having me on the show as well. But so to answer that question, it didn't happen overnight. After I retired, I looked in the mirror one day and I said, who is Tamika, right? What does she want in life? What are my passions? Because, 23 years in the military, that's all I knew, right? Was the military. So I after I retired, I interned with an organization called Grace After Fire. And that's a nonprofit organization that helped women transition out of the military. So I met with the CEO up in Houston, and she asked the question, right? She asked, who is Tamika? And I was like, oh, I'm a nurse. She's like, no, who is Tamika? Oh, I'm a veteran. No, who is Tamika? I'm a single mom. All these things I gave her, right? All the accolades. I'm an officer. I'm this, I'm that. But none of that was who I really was to the core. So I stopped. And immediately I started crying. Ooh, the ugly face, right? Because after all these years in life, a lot of us never even sat down and toyed with the idea of discovering who we really are. So that kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. So that's when I went on this whole self-love, self-discovery journey. I hired a life coach and she walked with me through it. And I'm like, okay, I love this. I love the new me. I'm stepping into the new me. And all my life, I had struggles, childhood trauma, went through things in the military, and just the resilience that I've cultivated over the years. And I'm like, okay, I want to help women to get through some of the things that I've gone through. So that's kind of how it began.
Okay. So as you like, because you just, and it's so interesting that you said that, like, you know, because I think we often get caught up when they ask us, well, who are we? We read down these accolades, right? We want to list our achievements, right? And because of that, we often get stuck in these spaces where it's like, who are we, right? We haven't achieved anything for years, and this, that, and the fifth. So now it's like we're downing ourselves and we're putting ourselves down, but it's because we're not really answering that question, like you said, which is like, who is the real person?
Right.
So with spending so much time in the military, you know, and the discipline and the structure that comes along with being in the military, how does that really shape you as a coach and how you show up for the individuals that you're coaching towards their success?
And also, just to be clear, I didn't get to coaching first. I started out with women apparel empowerment. Wow. And I did that because I was too afraid to speak. I knew I wanted to do more, but I said, oh, let me tell my story through my apparel. So that's kind of what started the whole self-love journey, right? So I started through apparel, but a year later, God said, that's not where I want you. You have a story to tell, and you need to do it through speaking. And that was one of my fears, and I'm still overcoming that fear, is public speaking, right? And I had to do the work to figure out the whys behind that. And I learned that it wasn't just public speaking, it's something deeper, you know, underneath all that, and it was the center of attention, right? So work in progress with that. But yeah, the question you asked about the Air Force. So it instilled discipline, resilience, and also leadership. And it also helped me to be able to get through times like this, because I think everybody is going through something, because these are the times, right? So it allowed me to look at life different and say, okay, I can get through this. There's nothing that I can't get through. If God brought me to it, he'll bring me through it. And my faith is big. So that's where I'm at.
So just taking a step back for a second. So you spent 23 years in the military. When you decided that you were going to retire, you knew you wanted to do something. And so I guess there is a window that we didn't explore before this life coaching. So you said you kind of moved into apparel before you met with your life coach in particular. So what did that journey look like, right? Because I think life coaches don't always tell the journey of getting to life coaching. So what does that look like? That's just taking a step back. I know you spoke with your life coach. That's what you just mentioned to us, and that kind of geared things up. But so you went into apparel. So was it more of like a fashion influencer?
No. Not at all. So one day I was in my closet looking for a shirt because I have t-shirts. I'm the t-shirt queen, right? So it just hit me, you know, oh, you can tell your story through your apparel. So I'm like, oh, okay, I got it. So the next day, the word flawless hit me. I'm like, flawless, like flawless, you know, and then 3 other words: resilience, self-love, and confidence, right? And put it all together. And you know, we use the word flawless, right? We use it all the time, and we think of something aesthetically beautiful. We think about the J-Lo's, the Beyoncé's, the Celine Dion's. But my definition of flawless is a woman who exudes confidence, embodies self-love, and has resilience, right? So that's my definition of a flawless woman, and someone who's willing to, or who's ready to actually walk in her truth and be her true, authentic self and love herself beyond measure. That's a flawless woman. And a woman who's striving every day. Every day I wake up, I ask myself, who am I becoming? Who is the woman, or what woman do I want to become today? And when I ask myself that, I answer it, and I become that woman that day, right? So our thought create feelings, our feelings create actions, and their actions create, you know, reactions, right? So we control, you know, what we want in life. And so that's kind of how the apparel took place. And like I said, a year later, you know, God said, no, that's not where I want you. You have a story to tell, and you have lives to touch. Yeah, your apparel's good, great, kudos to you, but don't stop there. So that sparked the life coaching. And like I said, I had a life coach who actually walked with me. And I think therapy or psychologists are super dope. Definitely have a therapist. I have a therapist and I have a life coach, right? So the therapist for me helps me walk through my past, get through my past, right? And my life coach holds my hand as I walk through my future, right? Walk towards my future, I'm sorry. So I have both, and it's important to have both.
Yeah, I love that. You mentioned self-love a lot as we've started through here. And so like understanding, what did that look like for you at the beginning of your journey? And what is it looking like now as you're in it, right? As you're walking toward your future, you're walking through your present, right? And you're, you know, working through the past traumas. What is that how has that self-love transformed for you? And why has it been so important? Because like I said, you mentioned it quite a few times. So how has it been, you know, so meaningful in this journey, and how has it transformed in terms of what that looks like for you in a day-to-day?
So for me, self-love is the foundation of everything. It's the foundation of everything. And it's not just Sunday morning affirmations. It's about knowing your worth, setting boundaries, showing up each and every day, even when you don't feel like it. You showing up and being your true, authentic self. You know, without self-love, confidence, and there's no success, right? So for me, I grew up not having, you know, a father figure in my life and knowing what self-love really meant, right? So I spent a whole lifetime or my young adulthood trying to find what true self-love is about, because I didn't know what it looked like, felt like, all the things. So on this self-love journey, I was able to tap into that. And it's a great thing. And that's what I teach, you know, or help women to tap into, right? Self-love. It's bigger than just, like I said, Sunday morning affirmations or going on a spa day. No, it's digging deep and understanding your whys and flipping these negative self-talk or limiting beliefs and these paradigms that people or society or the family has put on us for years. So it's work, but it's so worth it.
Yeah, I can only imagine.
So worth it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So fast forward, we're going through this love journey, this journey of self-love, self-care, self-value, right? That awareness and grace that is so important that we offer each other. And so now we're here, right? Flawless life coaching. So before we dive into some of the key programming, could you just give us more of a high-level understanding of what it is that you actually offer at Flawless Life Coaching? What is it that they can actually get in terms of the tiers of work that you do?
So I do have one-on-one coaching, and that's through my programs. I do have many workshops as well that you can take. I think it's the Self-Love Blueprint and then 5 Practical Ways to a Better You. And those are all mini courses, but I do have one-on-one coaching. And that's one of the one-on-one coaching. My program is called the Limitless Queens, where we go through creating healthy boundaries, the whole self-love, resilience, and just tapping into who you really are, right? And because a lot of times we forget to set boundaries. We forget to do all these things. And I did have a client who struggled with that. She struggled with boundaries, setting boundaries all her life, right? So we did the work and she was able to say no. And I said, how does it feel? She said, oh my God, it's so liberating to say no to coworkers, say no to my kids, say no to my spouse, you know, and be okay with it. I told her, yeah, no is a complete sentence, and let that sink in. Yeah.
Okay. So we're definitely seeing a theme here. We have Flawless Life Coaching. We have Limitless Queens. So tell me a little bit more about that. You know, what inspired the name Limitless Queens when it comes to your, you know, coaching program or that one-on-one experience? And what kind of made you focus on, you know, that one aspect of, you know, the community, which is women?
So Limitless Queens, I named the, the coaching program Limitless Queens because we are limitless, right? We are powerful beyond measure. And I think once we tap into that, everything else falls in line. But my program is about breaking those chains and stepping boldly into your purpose and passion in life. Similar as I had to do, I had to find my purpose and passion. I think a lot of times we don't sit with that. I know with me in the military, serving 23 years, I came in. It's funny. I tell the story where I came in as a logistics troop. I did supply for a little bit, logistics. Got bored with that, cross-trained into human resources, which personnel in the military. Got bored with that, and then now the nursing, right? So I retired as a nurse, but it's like I still didn't feel fulfilled, even though, service is in my DNA, hence why I joined the Air Force, hence why I became a nurse, hence why I'm a life coach now. But I still wasn't connected, and I still didn't get that self-fulfillment that I was looking for until I stepped into the coaching. So Limitless Queens is just something that I created because I feel that all women are limitless, and I coach any woman. But my baby, the women that are near and dear to me are nurses, single moms, veterans, and aspiring entrepreneurs, because I've been there, done that, right? But I coach any woman who's ready to elevate their mindset and live out their purpose and passion in life. But those women are near and dear to my heart. So,
and I love that. I love that. It seems, definitely this whole venture and this journey on your purpose, it really came from, finding yourself and learning yourself and really doing exactly what you're helping women do, which is really stepping into that greatness and stepping into who they are and who they deserve to be and they have the potential to be. And I love that.
Yes.
And I think ultimately when we have that in us, it makes the work we do so much more powerful.
Yes. I agree.
Definitely. I love that. So what would you say, and, in the women that you're working with and your day to day, what would you say the biggest mind shift that women need to make to truly step into their power is?
That they are enough. I live my life based upon me not feeling that I was enough. You're not pretty enough. You're not fast enough. You're not strong enough. You're not white enough. All the enoughs, right? Until I said, okay, I am enough. I'm me. I can only be me. God made me, and I can only be me. And I'm going to be my true, authentic self and walk in my truth and love myself along the way. So I tell them that they are enough, right? No titles, no validations, because validation is for parking. No validations. Just know your worth, and you don't have to play small. Many times we play small for others for whatever reason, but you don't have to play small, right? Or over explaining ourselves. And I have to work on that with you, because a lot of times I over explain certain things, and no, just start living life on your own terms, my own terms.
And I think that's so true. And I think it becomes difficult. And so if you could touch on that, how do we balance, right, that argument of I am enough, right? We had a guest on Wednesday, Bukeka Blakemore, and she owns a network. It's called Fave Unite, and it tells Black stories, right? But she made such a good point about the difference between accountability, awareness, and grace. And so, to giving the advice that you're giving and saying, hey, we have to tell ourselves enough. Sometimes it's hard for us to separate that accountability, and that accountability is not for us.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So what type of recommendations or type of maybe even like self-empowering tools or meditations would you like recommend for somebody who's balancing or battling, stepping into that I'm enough? Because it's easier said than done.
It is. So confidence is built through action. And like I told you before, I struggle with public speaking, and I still do, right? I hate it with a passion. I hate it, but I'm doing it, right? So the advice or wisdom I would give women who are struggling with whatever it is they're struggling with, i.e. do it scared, right? Just do it. Confidence is built through action. So the more you do it, the more you get used to it, and the more you'll be okay doing it. So just do it scared. Do it. Step into your greatness because you deserve it, right?
And I love that. I love how you made that connection to being enough, right? It's confidence. If we're struggling with it stepping into being enough, then we're struggling with the confidence in our greatness. Yes. And I love how you brought that together. So what's your approach to resilience? And what analogies would you share to kind of paint a picture of what resilience look like and how we can be resilient?
So to me, when I think of the word resilience, because we use it all the time now. In the military, we even had a stand down day, resiliency day, where we talked about resilience all day long. But so for me, when I think of the word resilience, I don't have it here, but I think of a rubber band. So, right, we stretch the rubber band, right? We stretch it, and no matter how long or how much we stretch the rubber band, guess what? It bounced back.
Yeah.
It bounced back. So when I think of a rubber band, I think of resilience, right? We get stretched, lose your job, lose a family member, your kids are acting, all these things, we get stretched, but guess what? Resilience is bouncing back. Yes.
Love that.
And that's exactly what I teach my clients as well. So.
How do you help women silence their inner critic? So we just talked a little bit about being enough, right? We just talked a little bit about giving ourselves this grace, understanding that we are going to come back, that we are going to be pushed on, we're going to be pulled on, right? But coming back. So how do you help women silence that? Because again, saying I'm enough is easier to be said than to live through it. So how do you help women silence that inner critic?
So for me is flipping those negative self-talk. Flipping the script is what I call it, right? So we go through, I have them write down whatever negative self-talk for me. I'll give an example. For me, it was, I had imposter syndrome for a while. Like, okay, I'm not an author. I don't know how I wrote these 2 books, but I'm not an author. What am I doing? I had to flip it and say, yeah, I am a renowned author, right? I hold a pen to my story. So I have them face their negative doubt. I'm not worthy, right? I'm not worthy enough for whatever it is. And I have them flip it. No, I am worthy for that job position or that salary increase. I am worthy, right? And we we take the steps to walk through that. So yeah, and it's empowering. It's very empowering.
I love that. So what's one of the most powerful transformations you witnessed in a client? Let's get some success stories out here. What's some testimonials, the best testimonials you have to put out there?
I think that one that I told you about earlier, because she was such a people pleaser, like to her own detriment. Like she would put others before herself, and she was in, debt, so much debt, because she's always pouring into others, giving at her demise. So just to see her shift her mindset to be able to say, no, I'm not going to do this, but I'll give you this. No, I'm not going to do this, but she was able to set healthy boundaries. And as a result of that, she had true liberation. Like she, the weight of the world lifted off her shoulders is what she said. Right. And once again, she was able to say no. And I told her, no is a complete sentence, and it's okay to say no. It's totally okay to say no.
Yeah. So what does the diversity or flexibility look like in your client needs? Like, so this young lady that you shared her experience with us, her biggest thing was, choosing herself is what it sounds like to me, being able to say yes to herself, despite her desire to want to help others. So, when it comes to your clients, what does that look like? Is it mainly the self-searching journey? Is it a professional thing? Are they looking for guidance to just kind of redefine and re-believe in themselves? What does that look like? And what does the portfolio or the diversity in that portfolio look like?
So all of that you mentioned. So any woman who's ready to change the way she think about herself or think about things in life, or any woman who's ready to step outside of that box that she created. If you're feeling the unworthiness or relationship, you've been divorced, because I'm a divorcee as well. So she's been in a divorce and she's struggling to get back out there in the dating scene, or she's just not feeling like she's, seen or heard at work, or any of those things. You lost a child and you're struggling with if it was your fault or not. Been there, done that. I've lost a child as well. So if you're a nurse and you're feeling burnt out and you're just needing the extra motivation or the extra inspiration to continue to nursing, to doing what you're passionate about. So all these things, and everything is geared around mindset. Yeah.
Okay. So What's one of your biggest accomplishments in your coaching journey? So we've heard your biggest transformation that you witnessed, but what is like one of the biggest accomplishments? And let's just first and foremost, let's start with saying the start of it was an accomplishment in itself. So, you know what I mean? Hats off to you. That's always an amazing thing. But beyond that, what was one of the biggest accomplishments or one of those defining moments for you throughout your journey?
So for me, I would say writing my books, writing my 2 books, which are The Pillars of Flawless. I have a book about confidence, and here recently, the one that I put out, it's about self-love, and they're reflection journals. And I think that was the biggest accomplishment, other than honestly just helping women to shift their mindset and step into their power and purpose. I think that's the biggest accomplishment for me. And it fuels me even more to see women win.
So now I know you also have a daughter.
She's 7, and we have the same birthday. Yeah, August 17th, same birthday.
Stop it. Mine is the 16th.
Yeah.
Literally the That's insane. Okay, I love that. Well, it's not hard to teach her confidence. Trust me, I know firsthand. But but 7 and that age between like 7 and 11, it's a very difficult time, especially with little girls. I just don't think it's the same. So what does it look like for you in teaching and reassuring your daughter of her confidence and her self-worth and that self-love? What does that look like, and how does that translate for you and your daughter's relationship?
So for me, I try to lead by example. So I do lead by example, and I show her what it means to what it means to set boundaries, what self-love looks like, and just to go after what she wants unapologetically, right? I tell her daily she's powerful. We do affirmations in the morning. We play the gratitude game. We do all the things, and I just let her know she could do anything that she set her mind to, and she have to believe it. Even with the affirmations that we say every day, I tell her, yeah, you say it, but what? You have to feel it. It's not going to work if you just say it, but you have to feel it and also believe it.
Yeah. So what are some of those ways that you show her examples of self-love? For our listeners, for our viewers, what are some of those ways that you show or self-love, or show her how to show self-love to herself? What do some of those look like?
So I think the other day she was talking about someone who was bullying her at school, or bullying another kid at school. I'm sorry, another kid. And I, told her to go and talk to the little boy, and tell him, hey, it's not good to bully. And if she can help him with, his homework or whatever it is that he need help with, and you don't have to bully others if he want a crayon or something he wanted. And that you have plenty of crayons you can share with him, but he has to ask, and you don't put up with bullying, So, and then boundaries, teaching her boundaries as well at school, and how to set them, right? And how to set them for herself and for others as well. So she's learning that. And that's one of the things that she do struggle with, is boundaries too. So I said, hey, this is your bubble. This is their bubble. You have to ask for permission, just like people have to ask for permission to get in your space. So that's one of the things that we work on constantly, is the boundaries.
And that's so amazing how it transcends into both spaces, because when you think about that, the whole concept of self-love, right? It is demanding that respect. It is setting those boundaries and understanding that, hey, I'm not a bad person for saying no. I'm not a bad person for having boundaries. So I think it's such a beautiful thing to see how we create these more simplistic examples when it comes to kids, but it's really just that simple when we become adults. So I definitely love that. So as you continue to grow and work through, helping women find their passions, achieve their goals, like, what is the biggest thing right now that's keeping you up when it comes to your mission? What's that next level of elevation that it kind of gives you sleepless nights?
I think for me, the thought of women settling just because settling, because I know we are powerful beyond measure, and I know the greatness that each one of us have inside of us. It's just a matter of activating it and tapping into it, and knowing that we are worthy, right? And we're not going to accept anything less in our jobs, in our relationships, ever, right? And my mission is to reach as many women as possible so they know that there's more for them.
Love that. So if any one of our viewers or someone, maybe it's shared with someone, if someone could take anything, just one lesson away from you from today, what would it be?
Definitely would be my affirmation that I say daily. So if you have pen and paper, write this down. And I say it daily. And it's also scripture based if you are spiritual or Christian. But everything is working out for my greater good, no matter how it looks.
Yeah.
Everything is working out for my greater good, no matter how it looks. One more time. Everything is working out for your greater good.
There we go.
No matter how it
looks. Yes. That's a good one.
Definitely. Every day, no matter how it looks.
Go ahead. No, sorry.
No, just saying no matter how it looks. Yep.
No matter how it looks. Everything is working out for the greater good, no matter how it looks.
Mm-hmm.
We love that. 3 times a day, y'all. Come on, you got to manifest it. I love that. I love that. So what is next for you? What does next look like across the board for Flawless Life Coaching?
Just expanding my impact, right? More speaking engagements, growing my Limitless Queens program, and just continuing to empower women worldwide to break free from self-limiting beliefs, doubt, the feeling of unworthiness, the feeling of I'm not enough, and just live the life they so desire and deserve, right? And to activate that purpose and passion and power, right, in their lives. So that's where I'm at. That's what I'm doing.
I love it. So one more time for watching, let them know exactly how they can get in touch with you, your contact information, your website. Go ahead and give them that information and how they can get in touch with you.
I'm sorry. Jumping the gun, getting excited.
No, go for it. Go for it. You're good.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so all social media platforms is Flawless Life Coaching. My website is www.flawlesslifecoaching.com. So all things Flawless Life Coaching. TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn.
Love it. So across the board, you can find Tamika Jones at Flawless Life Coaching. That's across all social media platforms, as well as LinkedIn, which means you can also just go ahead and Google her, y'all. Flawless Life Coaching, okay? Well, thank you, Tamika, so much for joining us today. It has honestly been such a joy. The energy, you're starting off the top of the hour with so much joy, so much great energy. We enjoyed having you today. So thank you for being here again. Genuinely.
Yes. Thank you for having me. This has been such a blessing. Love it.
Well, remember, guys, genius is coming, and we'll see you on the other side. All right. Remember, guys, the Black Business Expo mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that's here in the bottom of the screen. And that Cash App tag is $BBX USA. Again, you can either scan the QR code in the corner, or you can send us money at $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. And students can register at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund, and thank you in advance for your contributions. We also want to thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation Incorporated, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business USA. Remember, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
Social media is evolving. It's more vibrant, more colorful, more energetic, and so are you. It's not just photos anymore. It's video, it's audio, it's subscriptions. And now there's Fanbase, a new monetized social network. Fanbase delivers the complete native app experience with full content monetization for every user. No algorithms that shadow ban your engagement or growth, and no ads. Follow anyone for free and subscribe directly to your favorite creators for $4.99 a month. Plus, show some love by tipping on any post. Also, make a Fanbase page and monetize your content the same way. Finally, connect with your followers by posting the amazing content you already create. And now, get paid for it. It's time to energize and monetize, because everyone's a fan of something and everyone has a fan base.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Ty app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to hayty.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Rhonda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love
love to leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
I'm Ramon Ray, founder of Smart Hustle Magazine and smallbiztechnology.com.
To celebrate small business success. Stand up on your feet. You rocked the house. Hey, thank you. It was amazing. Didn't we learn? For me, success comes from failure. One thing not to do is shake somebody's hand like this.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo. One of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak any English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you. Genius is coming.
Did you know that only 96% of entrepreneurs ever reach that 6-figure mark, and only 2% ever reach 7 figures? We've helped high-level entrepreneurs with no systems, no strategies, no social media following, who used to make 6 figures in a year, make 6 figures in a month by working less. And we can help you do the exact same. Now, we're using a secret strategy that you may or may not know about called funnels. And funnels is basically like your website on steroids. It's taking your website to a whole nother level, and it's taking your customer on a simplified journey so you can get more profit per prospect. If you'd like to learn how this can be implemented into your business, schedule a free strategy session with myself or one of my team members at funnelfinessers.com, and we'll see if we're a good fit to work together and how we can accelerate your business growth and take you to that next figure mark. I'm JL the Genius, and for the action takers, I look forward to working with you.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether they're
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K through 12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students. Please, you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund or use the Cash App at $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. Please donate to the Black Business Expo USA Scholarship Fund.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader and expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Janika Johnson, and I am your business moderator for today's edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour network showcasing Black businesses, Black business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, Singapore, London, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about businesses. In this edition of the Black Business Network, we will be having a fireside chat with Dwayne Babette Sr. He is a seasoned coach and consultant with over 40 years of proven leadership in operations and executive management. Based in Wendell, North Carolina, Dwayne has driven success at powerhouse brands like L'Oreal, Funko, Thrive Cosmetics, and JoyLux, leading global supply chains, launching ERP systems, and boosting productivity across the board. With deep expertise in supply chain strategy, product development, and team mentorship, Dwayne empowers businesses to scale smart, operate effectively, and deliver lasting impact. I present to you Dwayne Babette.
Hey, good evening. How you doing?
Now,
I'm well, thank you.
Lovely to have you. Now, it's Babette, right?
It's Bobbit.
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 I'm making
just
it
Bobbit.
fancy. I'm making it fancy. I'm
Yeah, you putting the French one on it.
Exactly. How you feeling today?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good, thank you. And yourself?
I'm doing well. I can't complain. Super excited to have you here today, and learn a little bit more. Supply chain is such an interesting space to be in. So I have a lot more respect for people who are able to sit in it and thrive, honestly. So, so as we just dive on in today, we'll talk a little bit about where you are, how you got started with DSB Solutions, and then dive into a little bit more advice that you have for common mistakes made across the industry and how you kind of help your clients, take things to the next level. So diving right into that. Okay, yeah, awesome. Diving right into that. Could you tell us a little bit more about what inspired you to start DSB Solutions, and what does it do? What does the name stand for? What are your core values and goals as you work with your clients, and how'd you get here?
Yeah, so it's ironic that today is actually the 1 year anniversary of me being transitioned out of a job and stuff. And so I had recently relocated to North Carolina and wasn't in a hurry to go back into a corporate job. So I decided to use some of my expertise to be able to help other small businesses and entrepreneurs. Um, so to be able to help them with whether it's product development, supply chain, etc. DSB is actually my solutions. DSB is actually my initials. So my middle name is Stefan, so Dwayne Stefan Bobbitt. So, and then solutions, just how I can help people with a lot of different solutions because I have a wide range of skill sets. I've done everything from imitation crab to cosmetics to electronic toothbrushes to nutritional supplements. So I've touched a lot of different commodities and products in my career and stuff. And that's why I've enjoyed supply chain because I get to do a lot of things. And supply chain, we say it's just widgets. So if you can, basically it's just figuring out how to move stuff and how to get stuff to the end users and to the consumers in a timely manner.
Yeah. So now you work with a multitude of different sizes of companies, from very small startups to entrepreneurs trying to find their footing to larger corporations who are well into their excellence and success. But when working with an entrepreneur or startup, what's one of the first things you do when assessing, the next steps for them in their growth plans in terms of supply chain?
Yeah. One of the challenges with entrepreneurs is always cash flow. And
Yeah.
so no matter what kind of product they're starting, I ask to see, what are your projections? What's your budget? Because it's something that people always kind of not really think of, but you have to pay to get the products, to get the inventory, to get your supply chain set up to move your product from wherever you're going to move it. You got to pay to ship it. And so I try to sit down with them and see what their strategic plan, what their business plan is. And I have a lot of experience also in planning, strategic planning, forecasting and stuff. So I a lot of time will help them with that and just kind of create a rough draft on what it's going to take to get your product launched.
Okay. And so the most important thing clearly is funding, right? The whole understanding of you can have the plan is what I'm hearing, and you can have the vision, but without that capital, it's not there. So what are some of those strategies look like? Being that you kind of, while your goal is to get that product pushed and out into the market, and navigate that side, what are some of the ways, or what are one or two things that you might recommend to a client when it comes to finding that cash flow, outside of the normal pathways, like an angel investor, which is not as easy to get as people think it is, if we're
Yeah.
being honest.
Yeah. And so, just being back in the Raleigh area, there's a lot of different organizations that are trying to help people. Um, I've been affiliated with Launch Raleigh. So that's one
Okay.
way. And then there's other Launch Raleigh, there's like Launch Nightdale, Launch Wendell. So you have some organizations like that where they kind of incubators for entrepreneurs. A lot of time it's good, like if you can go to some of the workspaces because
Right.
there you find also a lot of people who come in looking for people with ideas and stuff, and they may also have people who want to just invest in those types of companies as well. So you have to do a lot of networking. You can't just, a lot of times it's challenging to go to the bank because you don't have a lot of the things needed. But also, I try to help them to set up their finances so that when they do get ready to go make that pitch, they at least have something, some semblance of a plan because if you just go ask for money because you want to start a business, people are going to ask you, okay, what are your projections? What's this? What's that? And so I try to work with them on that and stuff. And then also, most companies actually start out bootstrapping with their family members and stuff and getting people to just, invest what they can, and then have a plan on how you're going to spend that initial influx of cash before you even get started. You can't just say, okay, now I got the money. Now I go do something. You got to have a plan for it because it will go fast.
Okay, no. You think that some of these things are so common, right? But these are very key things that people struggle with. Like, so this is what keeps you in business, if we're being honest. Like,
Yeah, yeah,
ideas like
for
this,
sure.
because you think it's really easy. And it actually is a difficult space to navigate. And so, you spoke a little bit on, working with entrepreneurs and how, one of the biggest things that you run into with them is actually that capital, that funding. But what does that look like, assisting them in turning an idea into that product? Getting it there when you remove that capital issue, and so now we've got the capital, we're there. What is that process, or what are some of the key things that you kind of share with your clients or encourage them in the process of taking that idea to the product, to getting to the launch?
Yeah. So I've done a lot of launches in my career, and there's a lot, people that you just go from here to here. You got to have a launch plan, you got to have a marketing plan, you got to have a distribution plan. And these days, you got to have a social media plan. So you got to have all of these different things laid out and stuff. And a lot of people get overwhelmed because, I thought I could just get my product and then, put it on website and it's ready to sell. So we kind
Right.
of do, a project plan on and a phase plan on what we're going to do next and create a syntax. Are you going to be the face of the brand? So are you going to have to do speaking engagements?
Right.
How are you going to get people? How are you going to gin up, create buzz about your product? Are you going to do a pre-launch, pre-sale? So it's kind of like having, if you're getting on a plane to go through, the pilot has to go through his checklist. We have
Yeah.
this list of all these different things that you got to cover and stuff. And then also what happens if your product just takes off,
Right.
so just kind of creating contingency plans, making sure you got more inventory, enough inventory to launch, and then what's your next round of inventory coming in and stuff. So just really trying to put everything on paper because most entrepreneurs are creatives. And so they have all this stuff in their head. But the more you can get on paper and really have a plan, and then also have some contingency plans if things don't go as well or if they go better than you expected, just to be able to pivot and just to be able to continue to keep up with the demand and then course correct.
Love it. So what's speaking of course corrections, because I think life, right? But business, one thing that's very common in business is being able to be adaptable, being able to be flexible, being able to, be prepared for what we're not prepared for, if you will. So what's
Yeah.
one of the most common mistakes that you find that businesses make in supply chain management?
Not really understanding lead times,
Mm.
so it's not like if you run out of eggs, you run down to Publix and get more eggs. But if your supply chain starts in China, for instance, you have to understand, okay, it's X number of weeks on the water, it's 10 weeks at the factory. Once it gets to the ports, then there's another 2 weeks there. And then, then you take another 2 to 3 weeks to get into your warehouse and stuff. So really
Yeah.
understanding the time it takes to get from one place to another. During COVID, people really started to understand and appreciate COVID or supply chain because they were starting to see all these products starting to get bogged down because we had all these port issues where people were, whether it was COVID on the China side or whether it was shutdown at the LA ports and stuff. And so, really understanding that and then putting contingency plans in place so that you can overcome those challenges, but also being aware of them so you can try to have a risk mitigation plan in place.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about, because I lead times, you have these lead times, so we know where our supplier is, but when or what's your approach to finding the right supplier, right? Because like you said, the supplier could be over in China, right? And that you might choose that one just because it's a more cost efficient type of situation, versus choosing someone that's more local because of the time or the quality. So what is your approach to finding the best suppliers for new products?
Yeah. And it's kind of the same list, getting some references on them, first of all. If you can, visit the factory, but really understanding what their product catalog looks like, who they've done business with, what's their lead times, what are their pricing, what makes them better than the other one. Because a lot of times people do, the first thing they look at is price. And a lot of times that old saying, you get what you pay for. And so really being able to vet them, I've had to vet suppliers from all over the world and it's there's a trust thing there. And so also make sure that they're available and responsive to you. Like if you send an email and then it takes 2 weeks for them to follow up, that's a red flag. I used to have meetings every week with my factories in China and stuff. So making sure you have a good rapport with them and you can work through challenges and stuff, and make sure that you clearly identify what your product needs to look like, feel like, taste like, whatever. Because a lot of times, once you get the product, if it's not exactly how you designed it and stuff, then that creates a lot of challenges. But you have to develop that trust, and you have to really vet them. And a lot of times, people are in a hurry to go to market and stuff, and they don't take that time, and then you end up paying for it later.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, this next question, and it's interesting because I think it's also it is something that is interestingly happening right now with all of these boycotts of different businesses and things like that. So when we're thinking large scale manufacturing, so I know there was this controversy where as the people were like, we're gonna boycott these businesses and this, that, and the fifth, and it's like, but are we hurting these smaller companies? Because when it comes to more large scale manufacturing, right, and being prepared for that, some of these companies weren't at the time prepared to scale for even 5 targets or 6 targets, right? So on the back end, there was a business agreement that occurred that the public, we didn't see. And we don't see the loss that maybe the product has to take on the back end if those products don't sell in the store, right? And so on. So how do you ensure that a product is ready for large scaling manufacturing? And what are some things that you, I guess, encourage businesses to be wary of when stepping into that large scale manufacturing space?
Yeah. So a lot of times, I would you create a base forecast, okay, here's what we think we're going to do. But then you create like, okay, what if everything just takes off and blows up and we really take off, and then does you go back to your suppliers? Does the supplier have enough capacity? Do we have enough capacity in our warehouses? Do we have enough capacities to pick, pack, and ship it? So it's really making sure that your entire supply chain has enough capacity everywhere. I'll give you an example, and this is a long time ago, but one of the companies I worked on, Clarisonic, we found out we were going to be on Oprah. And so right away, we had to increase going from working one shift to working 2 shifts 7 days a week just to be able to have enough inventory and stuff. But not only that, so then we had to go to all of our suppliers, make sure they had enough. Then we had to hire more people to come in and staff the second shift and stuff. So it's, good businesses, they try to plan for what you think is going to happen, and then also plan for what, like, if we just really blow up, how would we handle it and stuff, and put those
Yeah.
contingency plans in place. And it takes having experience to do that, because
Right.
even there's local people who make candles, and if all of a sudden their candles take off, like, how are they gonna, you're making it in your kitchen now, okay, now you got to go out and find a contract manufacturer to do it and stuff. But and that's why it's always good to have a forecast, and then you can also share that forecast with all your different vendors and stuff, and say, hey, we're getting a big order from Target. Instead of making 1,000 a week, now they want 5,000 a week. Can you support this? Because another thing people don't understand, then the vendors have to go to their suppliers where they may be getting some of the raw materials and stuff. So
Yep.
it's like understanding supply chain from end to end. And that's one of the things that's made me successful in my career, because I've done everything from being in the factories to managing the supply chain, managing the purchasing, the sourcing, the procurement and stuff. And so it's second nature to me. But somebody new to business, like, they don't even understand a lot of the concepts. So one of the things I try to do with new clients is create a glossary for them so they can understand the terminology as well, because it's like speaking a whole new language, once you start talking to contract manufacturers and vendors, suppliers, logistics people.
Okay, yeah. And so I think that's so important. That's why I brought that up, because I think we don't really understand. And you said something that I think is really important. It's forecasting, right? Almost like manifesting, right? We talk a little bit about a mindset, but it not entering into something with the expectation that you're going to stay here.
Yep.
Understanding that the growth is inevitable, and preparing for that growth and what that looks like. And so I think I think that's that good advice. Look, guys, if you're growing it, now we see why he's the one, he's the man for the job. Dwayne is the man for
Yeah.
the job. We love that. So when and you touched a little bit about this actually when we talk about supply chains and that product development, and understanding how and really you touched on this by having that relationship with your vendors and understanding and keeping them in communications. And so um, what type of role what type of role does strategic sourcing play in product success?
And that's in the world today, like, a lot of people say, okay, if I'm buying something from you, I'm doing you a favor. you know
Mm,
but it's a partnership, it's a relationship. It's kind of like, it's one of those things, not just transactional, but it's win-win. Yes, I'm buying products from you and you're getting paid for them, but I'm also supplying products to you, and then you're able to continue to keep your business moving forward and stuff. And I think that's where a lot of people, they lose sight of, and it's kind of like this antagonist relationship. And I've had to
yeah.
go in, and where I've had to actually fly to China to smooth out a relationship where, one of my bosses may have, you know, not spoken to them in the right way and stuff. And it's also good to, like, you have to understand the cultures and the norms, and you can't just demand that people lower their prices because, things are expensive. Like, it takes a little bit of finesse and working with people and talking to them, and then sharing, the common goods and stuff. But it is so critical, and that's what makes a lot of companies successful, because they have that good relationship, and they are open, and they communicate with them, and then they also have that, where I can call you at any time. Like, I've had situations where we had issues with a product, and I was able to call the CEO and say, hey, we need to rework this product. We got 2 weeks before we have to be on QVC. What can you do to turn this around? And if you have those relationships, people are more willing to jump through hoops for you. Where if it's just this transactional, antagonistic relationship, then they're a little bit more, well, okay, yeah, we'll do that for you, but it's going to cost you this. So I've always tried to really work with my vendors and really have a good relationship with them, and they've been able to do things for me, and then vice versa.
Yeah. So with that, with vendors, clearly the key, right? You got to have a good product, but that vendor is like just as important as the product and the idea itself. So when it comes to actually getting into that fulfillment of products, right, to meet the orders, how do you streamline that warehouse and fulfillment operation process, or how do you recommend to streamline that process?
Yeah, a lot of data, and this is why I like this. it's like really going in there. You have to go to where the work is. You have to look for, I have a background also in lean manufacturing. When I started working, I worked for Japanese companies for like 10 years. And so they were always on continuous improvement. And no matter how good things are going, we can always do a little bit better. And then in operations, it's always where, they want it cheaper, faster, and better. And so we were taught to always have an eye open. Like I can go into a warehouse, and if I see somebody having to take 4 steps to a table, I said, well, why don't we bring this other table next to it so they don't have to take no steps? Because if you look at it, they're on their feet 8 hours a day. They take 4 steps every 10 seconds. Like that adds up over time, and then people get tired and stuff. And so we were taught how to really go in and look at opportunities to not only make things flow better, but also how to reduce the wear and tear on the employees. It's just like, if they're reaching, 20 times an hour, their shoulders are going to get tired and stuff. So also doing that, rotating, taking time studies. I've taken a million time studies in my career and stuff, but just standing there, watching the flow, looking at things. What can we do to make things better? Making sure there aren't any areas where, let's say you got a forklift coming, and if someone has to across that forklift, then that creates a safety hazard. So, okay, how can we redirect that forklift or create a different path so people don't have to cross that? So it's constantly just when you go in there having an open mindset on how we can make things better, how we can make things safer, and how we can streamline the processes and make it so, instead of something taking 6 hours, we can get it down to 3 hours.
So this idea of really design thinking planning, right? Looking at what needs to be done and understanding how it really truly impacts not just the outcome or the overall, goal of the company, but how is it efficient, right? In essence,
Yep.
are we creating a space where the employee can be most efficient, right, and produce the most fulfillment in a meaningful way? And so it seems like life teaches us a lot about everything, right?
Yeah, you really be amazed if you spend time in a factory or in a warehouse. You go in there and you look at it and you see all these boxes and all these people, and it looks like chaos. But if you've done it for a number of years, it's like a symphony, because you see everything flowing the way it should be flowing.
So tell me, as we think about fulfillment processes, and you talk about the data and collecting all the data, what are some ERP systems or solutions, or how important is it to integrate those ERP solutions to the actual fulfillment process?
Yeah, so we call it ERP. It's kind of like tying everything together because let's say you're just shipping your own products from home. So every time you ship those products, you need to be able to deduct that from your inventory so you can have an accurate inventory of what you got on hand. So let's say you're making cakes. I got 10 cakes. I shipped 5 cakes today. Okay, I need a system that can track that to know I sold 5 cakes, I shipped them. Now I only have 5 cakes left. I got an order for 15 cakes coming next week. So I got to make 10 more cakes to be able to satisfy that order. And so you're constantly seeing the inventory levels go down. You're seeing the financial transactions. You're getting the tracking for the customer. Like all this stuff is happening in those ERP systems. And then it's also telling your purchasing people, okay, we're going to need 6 dozen more eggs so we can make these 15 cakes. So you need to go and buy that. And so it's kind of a network where people cannot be in the same room, but yet they're communicating. So you can be all over the world and you can see what's actually happened within the warehouse so that okay, I got to get more of this, get more of that. And then also a way to track your sales and track your shipments and make sure you can keep your customers informed. And what happens is in smaller companies, they're using spreadsheets, they're using, manual data and stuff, and it just takes time. And then you also have errors because you may have somebody else who's not good with math. They're keeping track, and then you say, hey, I thought we had 8 of these left. Like, oh, I must have missed one. I was at lunch. And so that's why the more you can automate things, especially in these bigger warehouses and stuff, then the better data you have and then the better decisions you can make on what's needed and stuff. And so, I've done probably 7 ERP system implementations for companies like Sonicare, L'Oreal. I just did one at Thrive Cosmetics, and it really saves you a lot of time and energy and money. And then also on your financials, you have a better visibility of what's really going on as opposed to trying to count all. It's kind of like trying to balance your checkbook at the end of the month as opposed to just keeping up with it on a day-to-day basis. I know I may have said a term that some people may not understand, balancing a checkbook, because now everything's online, but it's kind of something similar to that though. Just being able to
Listen,
track what's coming in, what's going out.
mine is online, and I still have a notebook where I have to write it all down because at this point, I don't trust the bank either. I don't trust their
Yeah.
automated system. So it's like I might have
Yeah.
spent this, or maybe I took out some cash. So I do a checks and balance on my own, and
Yeah.
I put both of those together, both of the cards,
That's
and I have
that's a good practice.
yeah.
But that's kind of like what the ERP system is doing. It's doing checks and balances throughout the day. You even have employees who clock in and then payroll running through it. So it's doing a lot of different things, and that's why they call it the enterprise resource system, because
Love
it's
it.
really doing all the stuff in the background for the company.
What are some for like a small, maybe up and coming entrepreneur? Because what I'm hearing and what I'm seeing as a consistent theme is like an understanding is that the planning and in terms of launching a product, in terms of fulfilling and processing the logistics of fulfilling orders for a product. It's so important to really just have it planned out, to have a plan, contingencies, or plan A, whatever it looks like. But for some smaller companies that are still in the space of growing that capital and trying to figure that out, being that the ERP solutions are so important, what are some smaller sites that could be helpful? Maybe it doesn't do it all. That could be beneficial to small to mid-size, entrepreneurs or businesses that just getting off the ground and needing to kind of improve their fulfillment process
Yeah,
or
I would
streamline.
I would always recommend somebody at least start out with a small accounting system. So a
Mm,
lot of these accounting systems will do a lot of the work. So there's Waze, there's Zero, there's QuickBooks Online and stuff. But if you can at least start putting your data, putting your products in there, putting your prices in there, and then at least track your inventory, and then you can also use APIs and hook it to your Shopify system as well. So you can at least start to see some of the data, and then use, if you're shipping from home, use systems like ShipStation or Pirate Ship. And it's so easy these days with the software. You can just, there's APIs and keys to plug them into each other. And if
yeah.
not, you can find somebody who can help you. But then that'll give you some visibility, just to be able to start to track and see what's happening, as opposed to trying to do everything manually.
Yeah.
Because at the
Cool.
end of the year, when you go do your taxes, it's better to have everything in one system than all these scraps of paper and receipts. And
You
so,
could just pull like a chart or something. So I guess I
yeah.
mean you kind of started to tap in on different shipping systems, but I mean, what advice would you have for a business that's struggling with like inventory and shipping delays? I have few friends who have started their own businesses, and they have went back and forward, and now they're back with like the postal service, but they're having issues with the postal service.
Yeah.
Just with everything going on in the climate in the world, now they're having issues with that, but then they were having issues with UPS. So what are some, recommendations that you would give to someone that's struggling with that inventory or shipping delays as a
E-
whole?
e- Even big companies have trouble with all three of those. There's USPS, there's FedEx, and there's UPS. And
Yeah.
when I worked at one of my companies, we had a FedEx place right next to us, and they wouldn't come pick up our product. Just because they
Okay.
don't have the capacity and they didn't have the manpower. And so we started using UPS for everything and stuff. So, but what I would tell them is find somebody who can help them, because you spend, the face of the business and the brand of an entrepreneur, like you need to be doing high value things. Like you need to be out getting new clients and getting new customers and stuff. And if you're spending your time in the background working on things that you aren't a subject matter expert with, you spend more time and energy on them, you get frustrated. And I know it's hard for people because everybody's trying to bootstrap their businesses and stuff. But if the sooner you can find some experts on things that you just don't know nothing about. I mean, if you start out a business and you're great at baking cookies, then all of a sudden you got to become a marketing person. You got to become an IT person. You got to become
Yeah.
a social media person and stuff. And so it's really good to, even if you can get 2 to 3 people who really understand things, and even if you just use them, have a coach who can talk you through some of these things where people have gone through, some of the lessons learned and some of the failures and stuff. And that's what I try to bring to my clients. I've worked with some clients and they get stuck on stuff, and and I've done it and I've seen it all, from small to big to, so but really get a circle of trust and get your community where you can reach out and ask people questions.
I love that. So, and I think, you hit a really important point. I think a friend of mine's actually, we were having a conversation, and we were talking about a project that I'm working on, and I mentioned to them that I'm not the finance person. I can project something for you. I can tell you what I think I'm gonna make. I can tell you what I want to
Yeah.
make. But when it comes to breaking
Yeah.
it down, it's not me. Like I can't. I'm capable, right? If I have
Yeah.
to, like I'm capable. And his response was me. Well, his response to me was, "That's your first step, is acknowledging that you don't have all the answers and you are not going to be capable." So I think that's so important. So if you guys are watching, to our viewers that are watching, those that are going to watch this later, as Dwayne has said, if you need somebody, find somebody. And that's why we're talking to Dwayne. So DSB Solutions should be your first stop anyway. Okay. That's why we're here. That's why we're bringing you this. But with that, I guess, as we talk about like growth and we talk about projections and things like that, how do you help teams align and perform better during transitions or growth periods?
So what I try to do is show them the why, because a lot of times when things really start to take off, if people don't understand what's happening, they get frustrated or they're not sure or things are changing and stuff. And it's, most entrepreneurs know this, but it's who you become along the way. But you have to be willing to change and to grow. If you stay the same, your business will stay the same. So I really try to work with them on their mindset, have a growth mindset to really understand, like, the business is starting to take off, and you're comfortable doing this, but you can no longer do this. If you do, the bit you're holding the business back. And I've seen it with CEOs and stuff where they don't want to let their baby go, but in order for us to get to the next level to continue to grow, you have to be able to align yourself with people who know better and people who know things that you don't know and stuff. If not, you hold a company back, you hold your employees back, and it just makes things more challenging down the road.
So what would you say are some like key KPIs to kind of invest in, or what do you recommend as KPIs for tracking business growth?
Revenue is first one. Like, it
Always.
has to be revenue. What your inventory levels are. I try to work with people on a cadence, like at least look at your results on a weekly basis, and then you have a monthly basis, and then look at what you said you were going to do, what you did, what the variance is, and then how do you course correct. On-time delivery for customers. We call it OTIF, OTIF, on time and in full. So being able to track UPS, FedEx, are they getting your customers' products there when they said they were? We live in a day of where you can place an order, Amazon is here the next day. So everybody wants their product as quickly as possible. So how quick are you getting the product? And you can't just say, well, we aren't Amazon. Because what will happen, you still need to work out the best solution you can to get it there as quickly as possible, or else they will find somebody else to do it.
They will
So
go to
that
Amazon.
inventory levels, and then also understanding what your order book looks like, your number of open orders. So if you aren't able to ship all your orders on the same day, then what's your service level, SLA? How long does it take from the time an order comes in until you can ship it? So those are some of the critical ones we look at from fulfillment and from running a business, because you got to be able to know your revenue. Are you making money? And then how quickly are you getting your products to the customer? And then how long is it taking for you to run the orders through your own pipeline and your warehouse before they get shipped out to the customer?
Now, you mentioned growth or being prepared to grow. and just that overall being the key to this across the board, supply chain, just business as a whole. So, I mean, how do you know when a company is ready to scale?
And that's why, having a process, we call it sales and operation planning. But looking at the data and having a good way to track the data and seeing the trends and stuff. Like if you have a salesperson, they're out there selling, all of a sudden they get an order with Amazon. Like you have to be able to see that and know that you have to go back and work all the way back through your supply chain to make sure you can support that. But you have to know your numbers as a business owner. You have to see the trends. You have to see when there's spikes, and then even when things are going bad, you need to understand why they're going bad. But also when things are going good, you need to understand, okay, was it an ad I placed? Was it a Facebook ad? Was it Instagram? Was it something I did on TikTok? Like you have to understand why you're having good days and also why you're having bad days. And then because those are kind of like your triggers and kind of gives you a look into the future on what's happening. And then if you see something that works, you don't stop doing it. Like keep doing that and stuff. And a lot of times people get caught up, well, I like doing social media now, so I'm just going to keep posting things, but without looking at what the results are after you post things. So
And
you have
then
to
are you?
tie all this stuff together.
So that basically ties back to what you were saying earlier in terms of managing time, because just because you like that social media marketing, you're putting all your time into the social media marketing, not understanding the outcomes that it's providing. You might be getting 100 views, or the turnaround or the conversions on those 100 views might be one purchase or no purchase, or maybe you're getting two purchases every 200 views. So yeah, I can definitely see the importance. Again, so much that what you're saying is common sense, and you would think that it's common sense, but I guess
Entrepreneurs start out doing one thing well, baking cookies, building cars, whatever, and then you got to have to kind of learn all this stuff as you go.
Yeah.
So.
So, what was one of your most challenging product launch or turnaround, and how did you push through that?
So I launched a product. It was a female wellness device. So it was being made in China and stuff, and the factory was having trouble working out some of the bugs. So I actually had to go to China for about 10 days, spent time with them, documented out what all the issues were, and then figure out a plan of action to be able to bring it to market. Um, and so after doing that, I came back and then we were able to bring it to market in early 2016 and stuff. But it came to market. We launched it in Europe, Canada, and it's in the US now. And actually, it will be on. It may get talked about on Oprah this coming week. So the
Oh
company that I
wow!
work for, they actually hired Holly Berry as one of their spokesperson, talk about menopause and pelvic floor issues and stuff. So I actually worked at that company twice, and is still a investor in it and stuff. But that was one of the most challenging ones and stuff. So
I love that. I actually love that. And so, this is the product that you assisted them in getting the ISO certification for, correct?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So that was it was classified as a medical device in Europe.
I love that. That's so exciting. So one last question, as we're reaching our 5 minute mark here. And this is more of a fun question because I think everybody has a favorite of something, whether we want to
Okay.
believe it or not. So if you could, or if you had to, and of course you don't have to if you don't want to, what is your favorite industry or your favorite products to work with in terms of supply chains and just growing business success?
Yeah, and it just happened, but beauty products, So I worked at a company called Clarisonic. This
Yeah.
was, you know, back in the mid 2000s and stuff. But just being there and just seeing what it does to people, how it makes people feel and stuff. They feel good about themselves. Like even during down times, people still want to look good and feel good and stuff. So, and I was able to work there, when the company had like 3 Costco tables until we scaled to over, we were able to be purchased by L'Oreal. So that was a fun experience and stuff. Just to be able to see the growth from a small company to where somebody like L'Oreal would want to purchase us and acquire us. So that was probably the most fun thing.
Okay.
And
I
then I
like that.
actually end up back, actually my last company was actually a cosmetic company also, making, mascara, lipstick, stuff like that. So
So
it
we
was
have a
fun.
favorite.
Just, yeah.
It seems like it might not be the beauty industry. It seems like you just might love women, and we love that for you. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe you love beautiful women. Maybe you love healthy women. But it seems like some of the projects you enjoy the most have to do with not only women health, but women's beauty, and just that healthcare across the board. So I love that. I love that. Well, we are coming up on our time, Dwayne, and so I want to thank you so much for sharing your knowledge and bringing that insight to this edition of the Business Network. Thank you so much. I've truly enjoyed this, and so before you head out, if you wanted to leave us with anything in particular, and please share with our viewers how they can get in contact with you, where they can reach you, and any other last information or advice you want to give them before we head out.
Yeah, I'm on the socials, DSB Solutions LLC. Um, just wrote a book for my grandkids. So, Smart Money Moves: A Teen's Guide to Financial Literacy. So that's one of the things I'm starting to do is work with nonprofits on just how we can help because we're out here as entrepreneurs trying to make money and trying to leave legacy. So I want to make sure that the next generation is prepared to handle that. So that's one of the challenges we face in our community and stuff is just not having the awareness and the training and stuff um, to handle money and stuff. So, like I said, this network, we're out here, we're grinding, we're trying to make money, we're trying to have our own businesses, but we also need to have a good succession plan for how
Yeah.
we leave the legacy and how we pass it on to the next generations as
Yeah.
well. Um,
So important, so important. Well, thank you again for for joining us today. It was a pleasure to have you. And you all remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
hey, thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Yeah. Remember, guys, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K through 12 educators. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App that you see in the corner here. The Cash Tab is $BBX USA. Again, that's $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we just want to remind you to please donate, and we want to thank you in advance for donating to the scholarship fund. We also want to take a moment to thank our sponsors of the Black Business Expo USA: NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Company, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Service, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
On my day, my name is Cordelia Gaffar, the Ultimate Joy Goddess. I'm a best-selling author, multi-award-winning speaker, and host of the Free to Be Show podcast, for which I've also won 2 awards. I've created 2 unique processes. Invite women to nurture yourself. I use the word self-nurturing, not self-care, because there is a distinction. When you nurture yourself, you are caring for every single in your body and every single choice you make. Remember, your life is full of breaths and heartbeats, and that is all you have. So choose wisely and choose well. And until tomorrow, be free.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and the host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be leaders, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Prepare for what's coming and dominate in economic winter. Stand strong and thrive by showcasing your great products and services globally through the Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics. The Black Business Network has showcased over 2,000 companies with over $7 billion in sales each year. Over 10 million attendees have viewed the rebroadcast each month. Through the Black Business Olympics, unique styles of business training and mentoring are turning students into business owners and entrepreneurial warriors who will dominate in any economy. Gain the ultimate advantage of the Black Business Olympics, 7 days of unbelievable topics and speakers speaking around the globe. Donate your time and experience to provide expertise and scholarships to students worldwide and change the world. Now, more than ever, new insights, tools, strategies, and capabilities are needed. This is your chance for a major presentation to the world. Fill out the form and join the more than 2,000 speakers who have presented to over 200 countries. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the Metaverse, STEM City, Black Multiverse Enterprises, Hulu, Amazon, YouTube, iHeartRadio, Apple, Facebook, LinkedIn, Pod TV, IBM TV, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. Sign up today. Spaces are limited, and we will see you there.
Phenomenal Tanya T. Wise, who is here from the great state of Maryland. Tanya, welcome and thank you for being with us today. Can you indulge our audience a little bit and tell them just a little bit more about who you are and what it is that you do?
Well, I love being able to talk to people and have a magnetic attitude, being able to just show them. So I always like to say, level up is Coach at Tanya T. Wise here.
So can you tell our audience, just give them a teaser about what your presentation will be about?
So my philosophy is that we should all be living our dream life. So tomorrow I'm going to talk about how you start living your dream life. What are some of the things that you thought about in your childhood that you just kind of let go and dormant?
Wow.
And I want to reignite that and just give you some pointers and some tips, some tools, some strategies to be able to start living your best life now. And guess what, Wanda? And leave an inheritance for your legacy.
Oh my goodness. Okay, I know that's resonating with a lot of people. I've heard that you have a dynamic coaching program. Can you tell us a little bit more about that?
Absolutely. So our coaching program help people that have the lack of time, that lack strategies, and lack the confidence to go after their dream life. So we help them implement tools, we help them implement strategies, as well as give them resources so that they can live their best life now and leave that inheritance.
Wow. Oh, I love that. I love the leave the inheritance part. Listen, you are dropping some major nuggets, and I know a lot of what you're saying is resonating with a lot of people, but I think we're all curious. How did you even make this transition into the speaking and coaching arena? What's the story behind this?
So I started out in finance, and I realized that a lot of people don't necessarily go after their dream life because of the lack of finances or the education behind finances. But it wasn't until I lost my firstborn, my only son, that life changed for me. And where I was going after it all, living the corporate life, hit my 6-figure income and living in my dream house with my dream man, driving my dream car. I nearly lost it all when I lost my son. And so I realized it only takes one financial catastrophe that can change your entire life. That's what made me start All New Beginnings. Because no matter what's going on in life, there's a new beginning. And because of that, we develop a program called Wise Minded. My little slogan is, don't just dream it, let's live it.
If they want to connect with you or work with you, what is the best ways for them to be able to do that?
Well, for my social media guru, you can connect with me on every single social media platform as Tanya T. Wise.
Hello, this is Israel, and I am CEO of Daydreams Interactive and author of Princess Planet. So, genius is common, and as a kid, I loved to daydream. Even as an adult, I loved to daydream. And when my daughter became 6 and loved princess characters, but we just could not find the diversity that showed her, we created our own characters. So, for instance, you have Princess Nulu right here. Princess Nulu is from Uganda, and her genius is that she loves to take care of animals. She can actually even listen and hear what they say. And then we have Princess Isabella right here. Princess Isabella, she's from Cuba, and her genius is biochemistry. One day she hopes to eliminate disease. Then we have Princess Nia right here, and Princess Nia is based off of my daughter, and she is what she wants to be, the greatest dancer alive. So that's her genius. So what's your genius? My genius is my imagination. Genius is common.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, prove that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why BDirect was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to BDirect's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business lifecycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, BDirect Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African continental and country specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to BDirect Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Janika Johnson, and I am your Black business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate business about business. Today, for this edition of the Black Business Network, we will be having a fireside chat with Devonte Walker. Devonte Walker, also known as Typical Dev, is the founder and owner of Cafe Fui, a premier coffee company based in Atlanta. Since its inception in 2021, Cafe Fui has established itself as a full-service espresso bar operating daily at the America's Mark Center in downtown Atlanta. Through his work with Cafe Fui, Div has cultivated a high-end catering program and maintained a stellar 5-star Google rating. In addition, he's been busy renovating a 40-foot shipping container to house the next chapter of his growing cafe. We're excited to welcome Devont Walker, Typical Div, to the Black Business Network today.
Hello, hello.
Hello, welcome. How are you today?
I'm well. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for having me.
I'm happy to have you. This is exciting. This is a little bit I've had the pleasure of kind of watching this growth. So I'm excited to dive into this, learn a little bit more about what you have going on, get a little bit more of the intricate facts. But welcome. We're excited to have you. So we're gonna dive right in, if that's okay with you.
That's
All
cool
right,
with
love
me.
it. I love it. So tell me a little bit more about what inspired you to start Cafe Fui, and how did your journey into the coffee business kind of begin? Was that always the start? Did it transform into coffee? What did that look like for you?
Okay, that's a loaded question. We have time?
Yeah, we
If we
got
have
time for
time,
all
I'll
of that.
jump into it. So to be honest with you, coffee is something that's always been a part of my life, just from like a ritual basis, I'll say in general. It's something I would do with my father on a daily basis and just kind of didn't understand that this was my everyday, like I said, ritual. Moving forward later in life, I'm a recording artist and I do a lot of performing around the city. And just through a merch extension, I fell in love with the idea of sharing that aspect of what I do with people. In the interim, I worked for a couple coffee shops in the roasting space, and I roasted coffee for about 6 years. Honestly, the world ended, and we were dropped flat in the pandemic, and I had to find some ways to keep things rolling. So I continued to roast coffee at home and sell it via e-commerce. That actually took on a life of its own to the point to where I had to separate Typical Div, the artist, from the coffee business. A lot of people were coming to me and just wanting the coffee and not necessarily wanted to hear my raps. So that's what birthed Cafe Fui. Cafe Fui came from, I fell in love with that Eurocentric Italian style espresso community, but I also wanted something that was very much black. And which what landed me in what is the blackest French place I could think of. And here we have Haiti. And yeah, and so that's what kind of birthed Cafe Fui. Because the word fui in general, it means fruit in Haitian Creole.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So this is a little French. I mean, and that kind of like takes us into like the next part of this, right? Being you just said you tried to find the blackest thing about coffee that you can find that was still close to the French, right? Which that's hard to
Yep.
do unless you land right in a place like Haiti or New Orleans.
Colonialism. Shout out to colonialism. You can find it
Shout out
everywhere.
to colonialism. So, how has culture and community truly influenced the branding and identity of Cafe Fui?
For me personally, I went with something. Well, coffee is a fruit. It's a cherry, and the coffee beans we drink are the little seeds of that cherry, indigenous to East Africa. I mean, when it comes down to community, it was necessary for every time that I serve a cup, there had to be a degree of education with it. Everybody asks what the name means. What am I doing? I'm like, yo, it means fruit. I'm actually in the fruit business. Coffee is a fruit, and it's actually the blackest thing we could be doing. This is an industry that, because of colonialism, has been stripped from us. But in general, it's the most for us, by us thing we could be doing. It's from the holy grail of civilization. It's in everything. And traditionally, it's a little more tea-like and fruit forward. So with that being said, with every cup, I just try to push that out there. Everything down to the color being red, the same color as the cherry. I tried to match the Pantone to reflect that, and just and ultimately in our customer service, we just want that to be inviting. I want you to feel like you're stepping into my kitchen, a very nice kitchen, but my kitchen.
A very nice kitchen. So what kind of sets Cafe Fui in apart from its other from other coffee experiences, down to how you source the product, down to you shared a little bit about putting that love into the cup, serving a cup of education, a little cup of knowledge, right, with every cup of greatness. So like, what does that look like in terms of your coffee experience for both the customer, but also from that product space of sourcing from, I guess it would be farm to table in essence, right?
Yeah. I think we like to call it seed to cup in the industry.
See
You
the
know what I
cup.
mean?
I didn't know
Yeah.
how to hit that one.
So I do my due diligence to make a connection with farms that I could actually have a conversation with. A lot of times, these farms in Brazil and in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, these are places that I get like my main house blend. I call it my rent blend. That's where I get that from. And most of the time, these farms are managed by younger generations in the family. And so they link up and they link up with import companies and they get it out there. So, but if I cannot email a father, son, cousin, grandperson directly, it's not necessarily something I'm interested in pursuing as far as business goes. I just understand that this coffee comes from places where all the babies look like my babies. It's a daily part of everyone's lives. So if me in America here in Atlanta can be serving it at the highest level, I just want that kind of cosign from the other side of the supply chain. And as far as like in shop, I'd have to just say hospitality. That means so much to me. Like how you operate on a day-to-day basis, what bar flow looks like, what that reception between entering and leaving, the time it takes to get your drink out, all those things, I feel is what put Cafe Fui apart from my contemporaries.
And I love that. I love the idea of like, hey, actually, I don't want to do business with you if I can't talk to your uncle. If I can't talk to
Yeah,
your cousin or your
yeah,
cousin of the family of the family. I think that's so important, and it ties back to that cultural and community aspect that you touched on a little earlier,
mm,
and understanding like we have to maintain that legacy. And I mean, I'm loving how everything just simply flows together. I mean, it's crazy. Why wouldn't people want to hear you rap when they could drink your coffee and have a
that's
story
crazy.
from
Yeah,
education,
yeah,
to the cup? Because I know you literally said earlier, serving up a cup of education was something that's important.
hmm
And as we're diving into just the culture and the branding behind Cafe Fui, just that part of it, like people understanding that the Dominican Republic, even was a coffee, staple, or
Oh yeah, yeah,
understand
yeah.
that's something that but I'm sure there's not many people, or if they're not truly coffee lovers. So I love that
hmm
there is a literally, genuinely a piece of education in every step of, Cafe Fui. So with that being said, what has networking and collaboration played in your success? And how do you kind of leverage your business relationships to grow Cafe Fui?
Wow. That I say networking goes back to the inception of the company in general. When I was my current location is in downtown Atlanta in the America's Mart Center. I operate as a full service coffee bar Monday through Friday, 8 to 2. Funny enough, when I was in college since about 2011, I used to do security and event staff in this building. And I
Oh
happened to be
wow.
working in the high design section of the security. My post was just in high design. And this gentleman walked in with a cart, a button up in a briefcase, and he set up an espresso machine. And for the next 2 hours, he gave out free cappuccinos to people on the floors. Obviously, it was an amenity by the showroom, but the showroom, I asked him, I said, "Look, what are you doing here?" He said, "Man, they pay me to come here and serve coffee. I serve for 2 hours and I leave." And I'm like, there's no way. There's no way. You know what I mean? He alluded to what he was making. And I was already a lover of coffee from just like a family point. I didn't think about it as much as industry and money, as much as I thought about it like this is just a part of my life. This is how I connect with my pops, maybe. And then that day, I was like, if I'm going to be working a day to day, what people might consider a dead end job, at the very least, I want to be in the space I love. So I went out as soon as I got myself to the point to where I owned coffee equipment to serve. I called this building. And just based off of having a good rapport from working security here since I was a knucklehead kid, they were like, I know who you should need to talk to. They connected me with that person. And my cafe here is literally in visual sights to where my post was when I had the initial idea to work in coffee.
Oh,
And so
wow.
networking is just, if it wasn't for building that rapport over the years, staying consistent and being somebody that I felt like the building could depend on back then, I think that's the only reason they were willing to build confidence in me with the business out the gate.
I love that. That is actually an amazing journey, and it's interesting that you made that connection, understanding like, hey, I love coffee, but when I seen
Hmm.
this guy here, it just didn't make sense because at no point, did you make the connection in terms of an industry
Right,
staple
right.
and
Yeah,
and
yeah.
that this could be that, and so I think that's super interesting how that came into transition. I mean, like they say, what's meant for you is meant for you.
Oh, for
Manifestation,
sure. For
the
sure.
tongue is everything. So now you're currently transforming a 40-foot shipping container.
Hmm.
And I know like container homes are really big right
Yeah.
now. I've been looking into that. So what has that looked like for you? And can you share what inspired that idea and what people can expect from it?
Yeah, that's kind of wild. That initially I wanted to do the old school brick and mortar style. Let's get a cafe, let's open up a coffee shop. That's what you do, right? You have a coffee brand and you open a coffee shop. And I was just, number one, I didn't have the capital for it, and I was just running into too many dead ends. It wasn't feeling artistic anymore. It wasn't feeling like something that was natural and just coming out. It felt like I was begging people to let me give them money. You know what I mean? And it just wasn't happening. So I went back and I just thought it through and realized what drew me to coffee, and it was that European tiny cafe shotgun style situation. I want a tiny something minimal, three high tops that like you come in, you get what you get. Maybe you have a pastry and coffee, and you get going. And you know, a Pinterest deep dive brought me to these tiny homes initially, and then some people were retrofitting the shipping containers to house businesses. From there, I just did my research. I bought a 40 footer. I went to YouTube University, took whatever experience I had, like working in maintenance and working in construction, and we started. We mapped it out, we drew it, and we just started cutting holes in the container.
Oh wow! So is that pretty hands on for you? Are you, you
Yeah.
mentioned YouTube University. So are you diving into the plumbing? You're diving into because we're both, we both attended Clark Atlanta, and so I do know you had a little work in that maintenance and
Yeah,
facility.
yeah. Yes. And that
So
was that was pivotal in the whole campaign. I can honestly say that. I can say hands-on, 60% of the renovations in this place I put my hands on. In some way, shape, and form, they have my literal blood, sweat, and sometimes tears into it. The only thing I can't do now is get it inspected and permitted. And so that is where we're gonna give it up to God in the state of Georgia.
that's okay. It's coming. It's coming. It's coming. We're claiming it. So,
Absolutely.
for inspiring Black entrepreneurs, what are some key lessons that you've learned about building a sustainable and successful business that you can share with them?
Um, I would like to say, wow, um, it's never about how much money you have. It's really about can I understand no matter how much business gets big or small, it's really about your word and about your name when it comes to it. I found out in the first year of having a business that no one actually asked for money. Everything was credit. They were willing to give a business any amount of credit starting out to build that rapport for yourself. You know what I mean? And when I realized that every dollar that came through the business doesn't necessarily belong to me and that it has a place for it, I don't know. I just have to say that do exactly what you say you plan to do. What you serve is what you serve. What service that you provide it to the highest level you can and be able to stand by it, because the money is never as important as your reputation is. You know what I mean? I was never big on like Google reviews or Yelp reviews. You know what I mean? Until I realized that showing up every day, providing a consistent quality cup of coffee, a smile and customer service gets you so far. You know what I mean? Like, and I know, I mean, literally Google will promote on your behalf with consistency. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So I hope I'm answering that question. I would
you
just
did.
say, stand on what you say you stand on.
Yeah, because I mean, what I'm hearing is honestly not compromising, right? Like I think a
Yeah.
lot of people get into the space of business, and as they start to, roll out this plan and get into the execution phase. And they have so many, influences, so many people giving opinions into the conversation that it's so easy for us to quickly start to shift our vision to kind of fit this pocket that is not ours. And then ultimately you step into this space where you can't give that customer service, right? Because it's not your dream, it's not your vision. You don't even believe in what you're doing anymore. So I think that's so important. And that's a huge lesson, is to just not compromise your vision. And I mean, the understanding of credit, just knowing that your character is a line of credit, Look at America, make them laugh. Isn't that a hilarious joke that my character is a line of credit? No, I love that. So with that, what advice would you give? You talked a little bit about getting into America's Mart and being able to step into that space. What advice would you give a business owners that are trying to get to a high traffic location such as that, outside of really that rapport? Like, what if they don't have that inroad in and they don't have that connection? What are some things that you would recommend or steps?
Yeah, I'm sorry to jump in. I would recommend reaching out to, when you see like convention centers or downtown office buildings, whether it's the Microsoft in Atlantic Station, whether it's the Georgia World Congress Centers, like there are facilities departments, there are departments, there are people, companies contracted to carry out concessions, all vending services, catering, the maintenance departments. And if you can, all those are as easy as Google, to reach out to those people and have that conversation and let them know what service you provide and if there's a space for it. What I found out over the years is outsourcing is king here. It's like an inventory gang of the same way we put products on the shelf, they put companies on the shelf like, hey, this company does this, they do here. If we can trust them again, we'll keep bringing them back because we'd rather pull off the shelf that we have than go look for something new. I think outside of that is finding low liability ways to operate at high volume in other people's space, because somebody will do the work, whether it's a commissary kitchen or a ghost kitchen, someone will do the work to create the house for you. But one thing you can never substitute is the services provided in there. Whatever sauce that you may offer, like you have that and they want that, but they have a home for it. I think those opportunities are good starting off. I'm a firm believer in mobile situations. Yeah, and if you can pack it up and move it, that's king nowadays because no one can pay these rent prices when it comes to commercial real estate. So I hope that's making sense as well.
No, definitely great advice. So, what does it look like in terms of branding and stepping into maybe new products? So, like when it comes to the offering, if I'm going to go to cafefui.com, can I buy K cups to go inside of my keg machine? Can I get tea instead of coffee? What is your product outside of the not really brick and mortar, but outside of your physical location and the location that you're working on? If I'm not in Atlanta and I would like to get your products, like what does that product look like? What is available to me in terms of flexibility in coffee drinkers?
Understood. It's a great question. Right now, my product line consists of our rent blend. That's our house blend that we have in all of our drinks. We make it on drip. It's just I have the most solid relationship with that exporter at this time, and that's who I'm rocking with. Outside of that, we like to have products that complement coffee drinkers or beverage drinkers in general. So we have these 20-ounce tumblers that we just launched, and we'll be leaning into those a little bit more over the next few weeks. But also, I love the four seasons. So we rotate a lot of seasonal apparel and merch, whether we have long sleeve shirts, t-shirts that are all designed in-house, whether we go sweaters. We actually have, going into the rainy season, we'll have windbreakers that come in different colors. And that's just, I love, and maybe it's the hip hop in me, but I love some way to throw in some streetwear into the situation. So it's constantly expanding. We also have a K-Cup line that we do that's actually a collaboration between my stage moniker, Typical Div, and Cafe Fui, where we do K-Cups, everything from 12 to 36 packs of those. And that's all available at cafefui.com.
Love it, love it, love it. Now, moving into fall of 2025. You talked about the windbreakers, which I love a good windbreaker. Excited for that. You talked about that. So, what does it look like for 2025 and beyond for the vision of Cafe Fee in the future for its growth?
Understood. Well, this year, fingers crossed, coffee God's willing, we'll be able to open our doors in that shipping container operation in the west side of Atlanta. I don't have an address for y'all yet because we're working it out. But in my opinion, I think it'll either be in Grove Park. I'm a, Something is in my spirit is telling me it'll be in Grove Park. So fingers crossed. After we open those doors, we are going to open up a training program. Something that's big for me is establishing coffee as a career oriented space. A lot of times people work in coffee as like, I'm going to work this until I get a good job or a real job, not knowing that there are 20, 25, 30-year veterans in coffee, from everything from in-shop training programs, the technical aspects, building, working on machines, even down to roasting or just selling it in general in high quantities. So training programs that allow people to operate in the coffee space as a trade, in general, as like, yo, once you get in here, this is something that you should never go broke again. You should be able to find a place to go back. You can work in somebody's shop, but at the highest level, because we're coming in at the highest level and having basic knowledge of machine maintenance and high volume coffee service. I mean, you can kind of negotiate higher wages coming in. So it's not just one of those jobs you work till you get a real one. That's something that's really important to me. And I also hope that I can utilize my HBCU connects to set up some kind of bridge program. We'll train you again from seed to cup. You'll get the lecture style of coffee from its inception, everything down to historical facts down to now. And then that externship in a Cafe Fui location, whether it's downtown or it's in that shipping container, where you can apply everything you learned in classroom to real life. And if you leave from there, you start your own and you go, then we did our job right.
Oh, look at that. That is actually so exciting. And I love how everything in terms of your vision is circling right back and tying up into your desire to really put education within your operation. And I think that's so important. The guest we had right before you, he's actually supply chain, and it's interesting. I don't know if you were able to catch his segment. Well, you didn't because you wrapped up at 2, so you were still working.
Yeah, I'm still in.
So he actually spoke to the importance of being able to have something that's more than a product, and so I find it interesting how that alignment is occurring and stepping outside of really not just putting out a product, but being more than a product, being a piece of the community. And I think that is what allows business to outlive, the times, is to not just be operational, but be entwined in community. And so I think that's super exciting as you take that journey. Now, you mentioned that, you kind of have created this high-end catering program. So when you say catering program, is it food, or are you catering to events with coffee? What does that look like?
Catering to events with coffee, whether it be weddings, birthday parties, small events, or I'm just blessed to be in the ecosystem of showrooms, different manufacturing brands stacked on top of each other that already host buyers in their space. And just like if you were to walk into Saks and someone hands you a glass of champagne as you walk through the door to make you feel a little bit better about how much money you're probably going to spend, they could utilize services like Cafe Fui to kind of add that thank you for coming in, even if you're just perusing. That warm handshake to a building with a fresh artisan made cup of coffee, I think goes really far. And that's the majority of what I do in this phase prior to the shipping container doors opening.
Okay, super exciting, super exciting. So we have about 5 minutes, about 5 to 8 minutes before we wrap up. And so as we are going there, just giving advice to some of the owners. So first and foremost, again, super excited about watching the business grow to a space of helping others step into that door of creating financial stability and creating this space of financial confidence, in essence, right? We call it this wealth, right? But in essence, in order for us to continue to grow, we have to be confident that we can grow. I always laugh when people say, the man makes the shoe doesn't make the man. Because if the man doesn't have on a shoe that makes him feel comfortable, he can't make the shoe. You know what I mean? So the man can never make the shoe without that confidence, right? So in some ways, so, you know, I love that. And so just providing some advice to, you know, being in a mobile space, what are some things that you would recommend to an entrepreneur when considering a mobile space, being that, you know, mobility is most flexible, it's most affordable as you're in those growing stages. So what would that look like? Or what's some advice that you would give individuals that are looking to start a business, whether in coffee or someone else, or in another industry, whether apparel, whatever it may be in terms of a product? What are some advice or things that you would you know, share with the individual that's looking to be mobile and finding success in that mobility?
I would tell them to get very familiar whatever permits, licenses, or codes of conduct are in whatever county or state you're in. Secondly, you know, when you're doing your market research, I would take your time to look at what are the essentials in your industry. Like, what is the bottleneck of the entire supply chain? And make sure that early as you possibly can, you build a relationship there. In my industry, the bottleneck of the whole thing is the roasting aspect of it. It was necessary upfront. If I wanted a coffee business, I need to find a source for high quality product that will not stop coming. You know, and in any industry, whatever that is, I would advise everybody to build that relationship first. These people, you know, the bottleneck understands that there's startups coming and going. So you can tell them, hey, I'm looking to launch my mobile coffee cart in the next year. Is there a way that we can start sampling, putting something together? Will you white label it? Will you give it to me green and I can get it roasted somewhere else? Build that relationship, because they can kind of tell you what direction you want to go from there. Because depending on how much coffee you can get or what where it ranks in quality, it will tell you what style of coffee you want to present to people. Your concept could just be brewed drip coffee. Your concept could be you don't want espresso at all, or you could go that route. And then you would find out, like I said in the beginning, what are those essential pieces that you can't compromise on, which is a high quality espresso machine, a grinder, you know. And there are companies that do that. So find out what those companies are doing, reach out to them. If they leave you on red, that's fine, because you're going to have to find out what the industry is doing and the standard of the industry before you can innovate. I hope that makes sense.
No, it makes sense. You are making very much sense.
I don't know. Sometimes I just start, hearing myself talking.
I love the check-in. I love the check-in. So as we are wrapping up on our time, I want to give you the opportunity to share a little bit more about Typical Div, because you talked about the separation of Cafe Fui, and we are here for Cafe Fui, but Cafe Fui is an extension of Typical Div, the artist, and it's a brand that was meant to. It wasn't meant to live together. They were meant to live separate, but clearly, as the growth occurred. So before we wrap up, just go ahead and share a little bit about Typical Div, how it inspires the streetwear that you can find at Cafe Fui as well.
There we go.
And a little bit more about the artist itself and the message that you put out there and how that wraps into the brand and culture of Cafe Fui as well.
So I've been doing music at what I would consider a high level since about 2015. I have a campaign predicated on just basically quality over quantity, and just kind of taking where you are currently and being willing to wear that and live that loudly on the highest level. I couldn't sell coffee if it wasn't for Typical Div. You know, initially the people coming who had a pretty good merch campaign with everything from t-shirts, hats, vinyls, anything you could possibly ask for. I had those, and it was the confidence built through Typical Div's merch that Cafe Fui's merch was able to be received. I haven't been active in the last couple years, just trying to get this coffee business on autopilot and turnkey. And now that we're there, I can honestly say in the next 60 days we'll have more offerings to the music space, and I miss it a lot. I will say that I miss it a lot.
I love that. We need some music that's strictly like about coffee. That'd be kind of cool. Like if you did the whole album.
We'll sprinkle it in. We'll sprinkle it in.
I love that. Well, Devon, it was such a pleasure to have you. So much that was learned here. So thank you so much for coming. Before we let you go, if you wanted to go ahead and just share with everybody one last time how they can find you across socials, where they could come and shop with you, And any advice or any motivation you want to leave them before you hop off, now's your time to do that.
Absolutely. Again, my name is Devonce Walker. Some may know me as Typical Div. I own a coffee shop in downtown Atlanta in the America's Mart. I am there Monday through Friday, 8 to 2. Second floor, building one of America's Mart, Cafe Fui, FWI, Cafe, FWI.com. Just reach out. I promise you, it's not the easiest place to find, but it's always easier the second time. That's where we'll go.
That is actually so true. Listen, I cannot argue with you. Well, thank you again for coming, Devonce. It has been an absolute pleasure, and we look so forward to seeing more from Cafe Fui.
Oh, I thank y'all for your time. It's truly been a pleasure. I look forward to touching base soon.
All right, awesome. Remember, guys, that genius is coming, and I will see you on the other side. All right. The Black Business Expo mission is to raise high school funds for high schoolers. The Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college and K-12 entrepreneurs. This expo is a fundraiser for students, and you may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or you can use the Cash App, which the barcode is at the screen to the right of me or left of me. And that Cash App tag is $BBXUSA. Again, $BBXUSA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpo.com. Every dollar counts, so we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund and thank you in advance for your contributions. We want to also thank the Black Business Expo USA sponsors: NC 100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Marge McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwoman Business Service, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, Artistic App Design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I am from Washington, D.C., but I was raised in Durham, North Carolina. I came to Durham when I was about 5 or 6. And then I traveled back and forth to DC because it's where my people are from. One of the unique things about my family is my mother, she's also an artist. She does quilting. And she does a lot of artistic things. And then my son, he draws with both hands, his right hand and his left hand like I do. So that's kind of a family trait. And then my other son, he's a videographer, and my daughter, she works, she's a regional vice president for Sunglasses. When you start out drawing and sketching, you want to continue to explore, you know, each avenue. I do pastels, I do pen and ink, I do painting, I do acrylics. I haven't done oils yet, but I try to do all facets of art. What I say to a lot of times to people is, you know, you can't put yourself in a box when you're an artist. You have to explore. And over the course of my life, I've tried to explore different mediums. I also do sculpture as well. I choose my subjects by the intensity that they have in their faces, or the intensity that somebody is moving, because I do more than portrait drawings. I also do I do abstract, and then I do figurative drawing also. Well, what happened in this particular show is that I started out trying to come up with something that would be a little bit different than what everybody else is doing. So I was working on a Barack Obama show, and they wanted me to do some paintings of Barack. And so what I did was, because of the deadlines, I kind of did it kind of fast. And then I realized when I was doing it fast, I enjoyed it. And so then I started doing other pieces the same way, and I started to enjoy those pieces also. And so I came up with this particular style. And it's a style of lines and colors. And what's interesting is that when I was in college, I did a show called Lines, Colors, and I talked about the boldness of the blacks, the hotness of the whites, and this is how this has come about, you know, later on in my life. And the colors comes from a lot of the entertainers that I work with, where they wear different colors. They don't wear, you know, your plain reds or your whites. They wear different colors, and so that's also another piece of what's giving me the colors. The subtitle of this show is Faces That Speak Life. That's real critical. Faces that speak life. Each one of these pieces is a life source and a life energy that's being put on display for people that are looking at it. You know, I always say in terms of my art, it's not important that I draw them. It's important what you get out of what I draw. You know, I don't try to just draw it because you like it. People wanted me to do prints. I didn't do prints. You know, people asked me to do different people, but the people that I choose are people that make a difference in the lives of people in the world. So the human landscape idea was, again, as I say, the lines represent your emotions, it represents your ideas, and it represents your journey as a human being. And that's why you get the different pieces and the different looks. And as you notice, I try not to do one look that looks alike another look. And that's what's the most important part of this show.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you. and a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you, the marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has the power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
How many times have you been asked to help someone you didn't even know, a student, a business entrepreneur, or did you ever even ask, where did they end up? That business, that friend, that entrepreneur. Well, just maybe they ended up in a gang, bankrupt, homeless, or worse, dead. Maybe they turned to crime, drugs, and alcohol. Did you ever wonder? Did you destroy their dream, or was your life always so easy? At the Black Business Olympics, we started a movement to help students complete. Give them hope and foster success. Help them to leave their dreams of providing laptops, computers, and up to $5,000 in scholarship funds. Today, we ask you to help a student, a business owner, or an entrepreneur to realize their dream by sponsoring them, supporting them, and buying from them. Consider this. With $1.6 trillion in our Black community, we only ask for a small donation for our students, our businesses, and our entrepreneurs. And you can change a life today. So I ask you, what are you going to do? Sit on the sideline and watch our students in high school be losers, miss out on their dream from lack of resources? Or are you going to donate to the movement and change their future and yours as well? Give us a call today at 919-308-9090. Change their life by investing with action to the Black Business Olympic Fund. The Black Business Olympics, one of the largest business showcases of Black business in the history of the world.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.
Hello, I am Dr. Eric Kelly III, the visionary strategist and founder of the Black Business Olympics. I invite you to showcase your Black-owned businesses on the Black Business Network global stage. The Black Business Olympics is a global Black Business Network platform that propels Black-owned businesses into the international spotlight. By showcasing your business on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can reach a worldwide audience of potential customers, partners, and investors. You can also establish yourself as a thought leader, an expert in your field, attract lucrative partnerships, and more speaking engagements. In addition, the Black Business Olympics platform provides a valuable opportunity to connect and collaborate with like-minded entrepreneurs and business professionals from around the world. This can lead to new business opportunities, ideas, and relationships. Finally, by sharing your story and expertise on the Black Business Olympics platform, you can inspire and empower others. This is a powerful way to make a positive impact on the world and leave a lasting legacy. If you are a Black-owned business owner, I encourage you to seize the opportunity to showcase your business on the Black Business Olympics platform. It is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to make an indelible mark on the world. Be one of the 1,000 visionary entrepreneurs who are changing students' lives, shaping industries, and leaving an unforgettable legacy for their families. Unleash your voice on our global stage and watch your business thrive. Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. Yes, the entire world. Just give me a call today at 919-308-9090.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Good day, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. I am Janika Johnson, and I am your Black business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Today, for this edition of our Fireside Chat, we will be speaking with Eric Stevenson. Eric Stevenson is the president of Stevenson Development, a construction management firm dedicated to supporting mission-based organizations in the successful execution of capital projects. With over 15 years of experience in commercial construction, Eric has managed complex projects valued up to $250 million, demonstrating a consistent track record of excellence and reliability. Eric also served as the vice chair of the Baltimore City Planning Commission, actively shaping the city's future through thoughtful leadership in urban planning and development. Deeply committed to his community, Eric invests significant effort into revitalization initiatives and provides hands-on mentorship to youth, empowering the next generation through practical experience and professional guidance. I present to you Eric Stevenson.
Good afternoon.
Hello. How are you today?
Hi, Janika. Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me.
No worries. We're excited to have you. Excited to learn a little bit more about what you're doing in the city and what Stevenson's Development does as well. So if we can just dive right in, just tell us how you got into this construction space, right? How did you create Stevens Development and why focus on missions-based organizations?
Thanks. So it started, I had the great opportunity of being introduced to the construction industry at a young age. And construction played an important role in my growing up in terms of the opportunities that it created for me. My father and grandfather both worked in construction. I went to Drexel University at first to study engineering, but found my way into construction management because I really liked the practical, hands-on approach to executing projects. Fast forward to 2025, and I'm now in Baltimore and trying to use a lot of what I've learned in the industry to help small businesses that need space to grow.
Okay. So, I mean, how does your approach to like construction management align with the values of the organizations that you work with? So it seems like your approach to it, or how you got here at least, is very much rooted in, your upbringing, the connections it brought with family and community for you. And so how does that align, or how does that influence, your decision, but also the work that you do with these organizations and their goals?
Absolutely. So it's a lot different than the space where I started my career. And I started my career working for large companies on large projects, getting invaluable experience in the industry on the technical side, in terms of learning how to execute projects and how things go together. But these weren't necessarily projects that were having positive community impact. Projects like casinos and, luxury condos that have their place in a city, but I was finding more and more that we were building too much of those type of things and not enough of the affordable housing, the community-oriented development that our neighborhoods really needed to be revitalized. So I asked myself, how could I use the skills and the talents that I had gained working in this industry, which I was grateful to have that experience, helped me pay my student loans. But was it really where I wanted to put my energy for the rest of my career? And so I created Stevenson Development so that I could help small businesses and mission-based organizations that play such an important role, again, in the revitalization of our neighborhoods and our cities, how I could help them grow.
Okay. And so when you talk about shifting that, and first let's not downplay the casinos. Most of them give money to early education, if we will. No, but they also create a whole nother problem in themselves. So they're like a good double-edged sword. But when you talk about some of these projects that you were doing originally, you kind of touched on this a little bit. But what do the projects look like now that you're doing? And what makes them more meaningful? So we understand you're working with mission-based organizations such as schools and so on, and it's a lot of community and urban planning. But what are some of those projects looking like that you are assisting in finding capital for and actually implementing and executing?
Sure. So in Baltimore, infamously, we've got a lot of vacant buildings. And while that's been a challenge for a lot of communities, it also presents an amazing opportunity. And so historic adaptations and reuse projects are some of my favorite builds. One example I can think of is a former union hall in Baltimore City that had sat vacant for decades and was recently renovated by a local developer because they owned the property next door and they recognized that it was having a negative impact on their property. And so they were able to contribute some resources. But what's most exciting about that project is what happened once the building opened, because it became a hub and a home for nonprofit organizations. And the synergy of having, not only a space for community groups in the first place, but to have them under one roof where they can rub shoulders with each other and share ideas and partner. It's really been amazing to see the positive impact and the ripples that have come out of that building. And so it's really exciting to be a part of these projects. I always have to be very clear that I can't take any credit for what the tenants do after I deliver the space to them. But it's one of the things that's so rewarding is that I know I am creating these opportunities for organizations to thrive.
Yeah. I think that's what life eventually becomes, right? Like, how do we be a part of something that lives beyond us? Now you've led some pretty large projects up to, 250 million. And so when we look at that, what are some of the key principles that you have to consider and, really focus and hone in on when keeping such a complex project on a time in budget?
Sure. And, there's things that a lot of principles of large projects that I've learned that, absolutely apply to smaller projects as well, which is, now my focus. And one of the things is that construction, like so many things, is relationship based. And it starts with the relationship with the client and then the design team and ultimately the contractors that are executing the job, as well as, the authorities and the community, which is another important part of the work in my view, and something that I bring that I think is a little unique compared to other construction managers, is especially really with any project, but especially when you're working in disinvested communities and communities where you're trying to have a positive impact. It's really important that you include the community in that process. And that's something that I've had the pleasure of participating in on both sides of the equation, both as a city resident and as a planning commissioner, as you mentioned. And so I really recognize the importance of doing that right. A lot of developers do sort of superficial gestures towards community engagement. And a lot of times that bubbles up later in terms of friction, objections, or really just a less than optimal project. So making sure that that's not something that's overlooked and something that adds to the process instead of detracts from it is something that I really enjoy doing.
Yeah. One of my favorite quotes by Jeffrey Canada, he found the Promise Schools in Harlem. And he says that what we do without people, we do to them. And so I think it's so powerful that you say, like, you know, being a part of that process and making sure you include, you know, not just the organizations, but the community. That's so important, right? In anything that we do in construction across the board. So with that, though, what sets your firm? So clearly you're going to be inclusive, which we love. There's a few projects that I could ramble off, but we'll leave them out that I step back and I say, did you guys talk to the communities when you planned this out, or what's going on here? So what sets your firm apart? Yeah, too often. What sets your firm apart when it comes to managing these high stake capital projects for schools and nonprofits and other mission-based organizations?
Yeah, absolutely. In addition to the things that we've talked about, there aren't enough people working in this space, you know, not even to mention, you know, minorities, Black people. But really, it's an underserved segment of the industry that a lot of businesses are really catered to serve those larger organizations, institutional builders and developers. And part of the dynamic that creates when you look at real estate and when you think about small businesses is, you know, a lot of these buildings that you've seen, no matter what city you're in, they all look kind of the same. It's apartments upstairs with, you know, some parking and retail on the ground floor. And some folks, you know, love that. It's adding a lot of needed housing units to our cities. But what I want to talk about is the retail that's downstairs, because while those can be good business opportunities, it's a rent versus own paradigm. And so when we're only set up to build these large scale developments, while they may look beautiful, you're creating a bunch of renters. So when we talk about, you know, Main Street and bringing wealth back to communities and building up our small businesses, one way to do it is to have them rent spaces in these larger buildings. But if we want to have true ownership, we need to own the property as well. And so when you get into building out these smaller spaces and doing smaller projects, there really aren't a lot of folks operating in that space, and it can become cost prohibitive. So I offer a more down-to-earth, affordable solution for smaller businesses that also want to benefit from my experience and, you know, the big business expertise.
I love that. And I love that you're making sure that you include this ownership pathway as well. That is so important. And I think when we get into businesses like this and we forget that that ownership piece is such a key to the longevity and, you know, outlasting time. So I think that's super interesting and actually super important. But when you're working with these faith-based and just mission-driven organizations and you're stepping into these larger projects and you're stepping into their visions with, I mean, ultimately as a firm, that's what you're doing, right? You're helping to execute their visions. How do you balance that? How do you balance the client's vision with the construction realities, right? When it comes to these large scale projects, how do you balance that out?
Well, that's the art that comes with the science. You know, it's a little bit of both. What I'll say is that it's always been my favorite part of working in construction is that every project's a little bit different. And also that I get to know the client and their business in a really intimate way. And so that, you know, that continues to be true as I shift the clientele that I'm working with. And while it can be, you know, coming into someone's business as an outsider can be a touchy situation, as you sort of alluded to. But one of the things is folks are not construction experts. Most people, small businesses, especially when you're talking about, you know, faith-based organizations, they may be doing a renovation or a new building for the one and only time that they'll ever do that. And what they really need to focus on is what they're good at and running their business. And so that's actually very much why I'm able to add value, is because I can come in and be your in-house expert without you having to, divert your limited resources to try to manage a complicated construction project.
Love that. You're creating a space for them to really focus on what they do best, but also not compromise their vision in the process, which in utilizing the resources to the best of their ability, which is so important, especially when we try to step into spaces that aren't our spaces to be in.
And if I could just emphasize that a little bit, because a lot of people ask me, what is a construction manager? What do you do? And a lot of folks confuse construction manager with contractor. And I tell people a lot of times, I work in construction, but you won't find any tools in my office. I do have a hard hat, but mostly it's spreadsheets and phone calls. But another way that we call ourselves is an owner's representative. And so really my role is as the advocate for the client, who, is working with an architect and a contractor and, public jurisdiction and other parties that may be involved, but all have their own interests. And so I bring my expertise to represent the client's interests in that equation at that table.
So you're the thought leader and negotiator in that space, in essence, and I think that's a super interesting lane to be in when you think about construction, because you said that you don't have any tools in your office. And honestly, when I was preparing for this, I'm like, well, does he actually build the things? Like, what does that look like? So that is something important to point out when it comes to construction management. Now, as your role in the vice chair for the Baltimore City Planning Commission, what does that look like in terms of your perspective on the intersection of construction versus like the equity and community and the long-term city growth? Like, how do you bring your expertise into that in advocating for the city's long-term development and growth?
Oh, thank you for that question. I think what makes me strongest as a planning commissioner, and my role on the commission, is as a citizen's representative. And so when people ask me who I am, what do I do, I tell them I'm Eric Stevenson. I'm a West Baltimore resident first. Part of, my experience and understanding of construction and development is part of what allows me to advocate for my community and speak that language with the developers and the politicians, to call them out when necessary and to always speak up for the community. So it's really interesting to have a front row seat to what is and sometimes what isn't happening in the city. Things have really been moving in a positive direction in Baltimore, especially in the last 10 years and in the last couple years with the current mayor's administration. And on that subject, one of the great things that the mayor, in partnership with the governor, has done at the end of last year, they committed $3 billion to addressing the vacant housing crisis in Baltimore City. And so that's always been an issue near and dear to my heart. I started with my own house, which was vacant when I purchased it, and, put my skills in construction to work.
So you can use the tools, you just don't use
them. It's just on the weekend. Yeah.
Okay.
But I really, ask myself, how are we and our businesses going to be a part of that solution and a part of that $3 billion? And so that's something that's really, in the front of my mind and a part of my mission, to make sure that not only am I participating in steering that money to the places that I think that are the most important in terms of community impact, but also helping folks in my industry and, in adjacent industries, folks that we support, whether it's my partners in the architecture and design fields, or the small Black-owned developers that are, going to be necessarily a part of this solution. So it's a really exciting time to be in Baltimore, and especially to be in construction.
Yeah, I bet. Maybe I'm in the wrong trade. No, I'm not, actually. I don't want to build anything. So I do not want to build anything. So, but that brings us to kind of our next question. You mentioned just being a part of that impact and basically shaping that project. So, like, how can construction and the industry of construction be more intentional about contributing to community revitalization? How can you all play a role in being an impact, right, and not an intersection in what that looks like in terms of revitalization?
Yeah, it's really hard, but I actually do have some ideas about it. People have long recognized the potential that construction has to lift up communities and entire, socioeconomic groups. And that comes from just the huge dollars that people see being invested, as well as our, national history of, unions and blue collar workers lifting up the middle class. And unfortunately, that's not the same ecosystem that we have nowadays. And so a lot of times when people say, oh, there's going to be a big project, there's public money involved, we should have community benefits agreement, we should have local hiring, we should have minority business participation. And we absolutely should. But the problem that we run into a lot of times in achieving those goals in a genuine way is because construction projects are short-term projects. Even a big project is 2 or 3 years. So we have to make sure that we've got the workers in the pipeline to take advantage of those opportunities when they come up. And that's something that starts as young as high school. And we've got, which is why I participate in the ACE program, which stands for Architecture, Construction, and Engineering, which is an after-school program in Baltimore area high schools that exposes the students to careers in architecture, construction, and engineering through a mock development project. And so that's something that I've really enjoyed doing, encouraging kids, one, that there are really great opportunities in the trades out there right now. Also that there are additional careers in construction like my own. It doesn't always require wearing a tool belt, although those are great opportunities too. And really just exposing folks, students, you ask them, most people know what an architect is, but there are so many other roles, surveyor, engineer. So that's been really important in kind of sparking that interest early, as it was in me, to sort of set folks onto that track. And then also, doing the community engagement and the political wrestling to make sure that, that those opportunities are incentivized.
Yeah. And I think that's the biggest thing, especially when we're working with kids and we're, with my nonprofit, one of the biggest things that we do is exposing children to what it looks like to be civically engaged, right? Understanding how you can play a role in community and knowing that it doesn't just mean you can be a doctor or a police officer, right? Diving into those multi-levels of what it means to be in the architectural industry. And so one of the things, though, that we focus on is teaching them to have that value, right? So incentivizing what that looks like, right? So understanding how we're setting the value of self, but then also teaching them how to demand what they're worth, or creating those spaces to achieve that and gain that access. So being so involved in this mentorship, and you kind of just started to breeze and tap into this, but why is it important for them not to just be exposed to the different pathways, but also for them to have that hands-on access to the construction and the development space, similar to the mock-ups that you do with ACE and so on and so forth, the simulations? Where's that importance? And I could answer this question a million ways, but
I've got 3 I'm going to give you.
I love it.
and because it's so important. And maybe I'll just start with, there's so many rewarding, fulfilling careers, and I've
Yeah.
seen, I mean, so many of us struggle to find our calling, or to find something that we're really good at and also enjoy. And I was fortunate to find it in college, which is relatively young. I think a lot of people don't find it until much further in their career. So it's like, the sooner that you can kind of get exposure and explore some options, the sooner you find the right fit, and the sooner that you're off on your path to a happy and successful life. Um, so I think that there's a lot of fulfillment that we should make sure we're helping kids to find. Secondly is the money. It's a well-paid, well-compensated industry, and at a time when more and more jobs are disappearing, the construction industry is something that can't be outsourced, can't be completely automated. And so there's money to be made there, and we should make sure that we're holding that door open for the generation behind us. And then the third one I'll give is just in the bigger picture, when we talk about ownership and wealth, and Black wealth, and the fact that the average Black family in America has like 5% of the wealth of the average white family. And back to what I said about the huge numbers that get invested in construction. Construction is a massive industry, up there with pharmaceuticals and some of the larger in technology. So, if we don't have a stake in those industries, we're never going to catch up on that math in terms of wealth and ownership. So, it's not only a great opportunity, it's almost an imperative that we're represented and we have participation in these spaces.
Yeah. And I think it's so important that even when you share that we truly understand what it means to have equitable spaces. Because I think so often as a community, as a people, we get caught up in a meaning that someone has more, or someone is at a more advantage, or at an advantage against another. And really, to your point, that you put it so well, what we're doing is we're trying to close an already existing gap and create this equity among communities, right? And not just our community, but among communities, right? So that everybody's at the level playing field. What you do from here is on you, but I'm really creating those spaces, which kind of leads us into the last one. If you had 1 million kids watching right now, 1 million young people right now, counting on you to change their life, okay, with the next words you say out of your mouth, what would it be? What would you say to them if they only saw construction as a hard hat and hammer type of job, and not innovation and leadership? What would be the words that would change your life forever?
I think no matter what field or discipline you think is right for you, construction is actually a multidisciplinary field where there's an opportunity for everyone. So whether you like to draw pictures or swing a hammer, or if you're good at math, or if you're more of a people person, those are all skills that lend themselves to this industry. So again, there's a lot of opportunities. You can make a lot of money. And the other thing that I tell kids that sometimes piques their interest is that you can travel and you can see the world through construction, because it's a skill that translates in any language. And one of my favorite things when I do travel with my family is, seeing the things that are being built in faraway places. And whenever I go to a new place, city, country, or whatever, and I see cranes in the sky, meaning construction is happening, I think to myself, I could probably get a job here. And that's a really, powerful feeling to have, to know that, you've got these skills that could take you anywhere in the world.
Yeah. Yeah.
For me, it only took me to Baltimore, and I only
Don't do that to
and that's
Baltimore.
not to play down, but I love Baltimore. It's my chosen home. I've owned a house here for 10 years, and my wife will tell you it's almost done. Um, and I only say only because it's a short ride up 95 to bring my kids to visit grandma and grandpa. So, I love the entire Northeast, and again, it's a great area to be in this industry, although things are moving progressively more and more south, to the Carolinas, Atlanta, Georgia, is where we're seeing a lot of activity and development trends. But again, those are areas and communities where our people are represented, and so it's all the more reason as development picks up in those places, that we have equal representation and reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, love that. Love that. So when you hear the name Stevenson Development in the next 10 years, what do you want people to associate it with when we hear it?
I want to be thought of as the firm that takes on projects that nobody else wanted or thought were possible or worthwhile. And I want people to look at those projects and think, wow, look at this beautiful building, look at the impact this organization is having. And 10 years ago, nobody thought this was possible.
Yeah. Okay. I love that. And so when you're thinking about that, the making the impossible possible, right, with Stevenson's development, how are you doing that in terms of preparing the next generation of leaders within your firm, and how they show up to serve communities?
Community first. That's the number one thing. And believe in the vision. And construction is an industry like so many other industries where there are existing formulas and people tell you that you have to do it a certain way. And if that formula, doesn't work, that it can't be done. And so you really have to, you have to always be looking for creative solutions. And, that to me is never a stopping point. That's always the starting point. It's like, okay, where do they say is impossible to cross? And let's start there.
Yeah, I love that. All right. So a couple questions that'll wrap us up and take us out. It's a little bit more fun. It'll lighten the mood. I think it's super interesting what you're doing. And I think the focus of, I know it's not new, but I think it is a very highly looked over part of the industry in terms of focusing on projects with mission-driven organizations. And it takes a lot to step into that space and understand that while there is money there, that there is something bigger than the purpose of the work that you're doing. And I think that's very honorable. So with that, what is the dream project you'd love to work
on? Infrastructure. Someone asked me this. I've been extremely fortunate because every time that I've been asked this question, I've gotten that opportunity. So, once upon a time, somebody asked me what I would like to do, and I said a skyscraper. And I had the opportunity to work on a 23-story tower on the Baltimore waterfront.
Oh, wow.
And then, after that, I worked on a public market, which, the new Lexington market here in Baltimore is not the biggest project that I've ever managed by dollars or even by square feet. But in terms of community impact, legacy, the number of, members of the public who get to experience that building. For example, if you build somebody a house, they're really the only person that ever gets to see it. But you build a public market, you build something for the community, and, generations of people will pass through that building. So that was an incredible opportunity. And so now looking forward, I'd love to do a bridge or a tunnel, which are both projects that are happening right now in Baltimore.
Right, I was gonna say that. Yeah, I was gonna say that.
Bridge, and the Amtrak tunnel.
Yes.
So,
anybody
very out there listening, I'd love to be involved with either of those.
No worries. It's coming. This won't be the first time you answer that question and it doesn't come to fruition. I'm sure of it. So with that, this next question is more about architecture. So I would have to say for myself, I lived in Boston for a little bit, and in living in Boston, I used to love going through, the cities, because you can see the architecture in the buildings change by centuries. As you go up it, like literally as you drive up the street, you can see when they started building new buildings. And I always enjoy walking through Boston and kind of looking at that. And from an international standpoint, I would have to say Prague. I enjoyed the architecture the most in Prague. There was just something about just the structural setup. There was something about the feeling of just authenticness of the time that it was founded that made me just smile every time. So for you, what's your favorite city to visit for architecture or design inspiration?
Well, I'll say on that subject, that's so true, first of all. And I'm so happy that you appreciate that. Architecture is one of my favorite things to look at when I travel. And I don't think that everybody picks up on the story that the buildings tell when you look at them. So that's great. So one of the things about Baltimore is if you ever look at a video of New York City from like 1900, people will always be like, man, that looks just like Baltimore. And the reason is because most of the buildings in Baltimore haven't been rebuilt since 1904 when we had the big fire. So it's just the architecture is a snapshot in time. Going to Detroit, Detroit's got that Gotham City look with all the Art Deco buildings and things. And, that's because of the era that city, really was built up. I think it was like the 40s. And, because of economic issues and stuff, it hasn't really been rebuilt the way that New York City has been rebuilt 3 times since 1900. Which is why everything, looks so modern. It's a shame sometimes to see some of the beautiful buildings that they demolished for the more modern buildings. So you could tell I'm really partial to, Victorian, 19th century.
I love a nice Victorian building.
And so going to college in Philadelphia, West Philly, those communities had a lot of that housing stock, the brick row houses, from late 1800s, 1900s. And so that's where I sort of fell in love with those houses and that architecture. And the market started to really increase and get hot in Philadelphia around the time that I was graduating college. So things were already, too expensive for me to invest at that time in my career. But when I came to Baltimore, it's like the buildings were very similar, but the gentrification hadn't caught on yet. So it was almost like traveling back in time and having that opportunity that I never had in Philly to invest in a property and really, make it my own. And the last thing, just because I mentioned 95. I have been outside of the 95 corridor before.
Okay.
And so I not too long ago was in Rome, and love Rome for a lot of reasons. But Rome is such an old city, and in the United States and Baltimore specifically, we hear so often about our aging infrastructure and the collapsing bridges and the water pipes and everything like that just can't be maintained because these systems are over 100 years old. And then you go to Rome and they've got stuff that is thousands of years old that still works.
Correct.
And so I come back to Baltimore and I'm like, I think we can do it.
Yeah.
And,
I
that
think
can
that's
be the attitude is I think we can do it.
We can do it, but I think it's all about intentionality, and that intentionality that we spoke about in terms of how, construction firms show up and construction management firms show up with intentionality in these projects. So you are paving the way for us to make it work, and we thank you. We thank you because we need it. So one last question before we share with the viewers how they can reach out to you, how they can get connected. So the last question, before I let you go, what's one thing every business leader should know before launching a capital project?
You have to define your vision. And, the number one challenge that a lot of groups have is they haven't clearly defined their vision. They think that they have, but you can't have everything. And especially there's always a trade-off. You can never have everything, but especially in construction, when you're talking about limited dollars, limited square feet, you really have to make decisions about what are the investments that are going to support my business in the most important way. And sometimes that, walks the fine line of telling people their business, which is something, that you kind of brought up before, is that can be a delicate subject, but helping to frame those decisions and make the impact of the choices apparent to the clients helps them to conceptualize and make those decisions, which can seem really abstract when you're looking at a blueprint or an architectural plan. But when you talk through how the space is going to function and what it will mean to them in real life, that is really priceless for them.
Well, thank you so much, Eric, for joining us today. It has been an absolute pleasure, especially because we're talking about something that's close to my heart in terms of community and building community. So thank you again for sharing everything with us, and tell us more on how we can connect with you, how people can find you, how they can set up a consultation with you. So go ahead and share that with our viewers. And again, we thank you so much for joining us.
No, thank you so much, Janika. It's really been a pleasure, this conversation. If you'd like to reach out or see a little bit more about my business, you can find me at stevensondevelopment.com. That's Stevenson with a PH, STEPHENSON development.com. And I look forward to hearing from all of you and hopefully speaking with you again, Janika.
Yeah, definitely. We definitely have to connect with some things. So thank you again. And remember, guys, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side. Remember, guys, the Black Business Expo's mission is to raise funds for high school seniors going to college or K-12 entrepreneurs. The expo is a fundraiser for students. You may go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com to donate to the scholarship fund, or use the Cash App scanning barcode that you see at the bottom. The Cash App tag is $BBX USA. Our goal is to give laptops and up to $5,000 to 10 students. Students can register online at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com. Every dollar counts. So we want to remind you to donate to the scholarship fund, and thank you in advance for your contribution. We also want to thank our Black Business Expo USA sponsors, NC100, Suede Soul, Carolina, Virginia Minority Supplier Development Council, Step Management, Margie McLean Foundation, Genius is Common, Executive Women's Success Institute, The Quality Coaching Company, Superwomen Business Services, Creative Force Studios, Lee Entertainment, Black Business Olympics, artistic app design, Banks Law Firm, and Black Business Expo USA. Remember, guys, genius is coming, and I'll see you on the other side.
The Black Business Expo is changing my life. This year, they are giving away laptops and even $5,000 in cash to students just like me. I'm Alexis, and I want to go to college to fulfill my dream of becoming an entrepreneur. Help the Black Business Expo going to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com and also becoming a vendor, a sponsor, or donating.